I hate that stupid picture, though, that you got pulled up in front of me.
We're now talking about a guy who's been a unanimous MVP.
Yeah, no doubt.
And oh, by the way.
And I love watching him play.
When he gets to pitch, since he entered into Major League Baseball, he has the 4th lowest ERA.
Of course he does. He's freaking Babe Ruth of our time.
The dude hit 50 homers and stole 50 bases, and when he pitches, he has the 4th lowest ERA in all of Major League Baseball.
In front of Los, there's he's got ESPN.com pulled up, and the picture is Shohei with this huge smile on his face, and it looks like an explosion of water behind it. I'm sure all the guys are, dumping Gatorade on him or something. I mean, it looks like they just won the World Series. And I don't want to see that picture.
You're just going to have to get past it.
Well.
Going to start a win streak starting tomorrow.
Let's go.
The Braves will have their home opener. Everything's going to be fine.
Is it?
It's going to take a little bit of time to dig out from 0-7.
Yeah, it is. What happens if they don't play well when they get back home? What happens then, Los?
I will tell. Okay, silver lining.
Meltdown.
The team,
including me, dude. Including me.
The team has 3 All-Stars. They're going to be back with the team over the next month.
Sure.
That's going to change some things.
Okay.
That's a huge infusion.
Yeah.
But you're gonna have to ride out the next month, and this next month is gonna be tricky. It's what it is.
You're trying to tell me it's gonna be like tariffs a little bit. It's gonna be bumpy.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit bumpy. Everyone's gonna go like, "Oh, what's going on in the market? Oh, look what this is costing us."
Oh my gosh, they're selling. The market's selling off. That was the first thing I heard when I walked in the building this morning. I came around the corner and I heard one of the sports folks. You see that? The market sell off. Oh my God.
First off, you actually hadn't. This is sacrilegious. Okay, I'm just going to point it out because when I subbed in, I told them yesterday, our wing of the building is the happy wing.
Yeah,
like
right.
We're having a good time on a regular basis, winning every single day.
Y'all getting your heart broke down there by Shohei Ohtani.
Down there, they're miserable. Okay,
yes.
Like that's part of what's going on. At the same time, I'd be very surprised if they talked about anything that had to do with the real world. So when somebody brings up what's going on in the market, I'm like, oh, weird.
Well, yeah, y'all are at least looking, at least slightly paying attention.
A little bit.
But as we've discussed, the market is not the indicator of health as far as the economy goes. And would you say the market is probably, I don't know, inflated? Because I believe it is.
Oh, it was dealing with, we called it a sugar high. It was dealing with the amount of government spending, reinforcing the marketplace. What is happening now is it's almost a leveling off. It's trying to make the market stand on the strength of what is going on with individual companies, which before it was just, okay, the government's spending and here's how it's going to be and here's how the market's going to move. Now it comes down to, are you doing the right things in order to keep your company on the path towards revenue and being able to be profitable? And now that's how we're now evaluating things.
Yeah, I saw what's the lady's name? Oh, see if I can pull it up here. She's the Batya Unger Sergon. She's the one that she calls herself the Democrat MAGA.
She shows up now on a regular basis on the show.
Absolutely, she does. I saw a clip of her this morning, and I thought she was very insightful in how she delivered her thoughts on the tariffs. And she was like, I think it's great. I think it's great, and here's why. She said, how are you going to be a nation that relies on your biggest adversary in China for all your pharmaceuticals? For all the steel that you build the ships that you will fight them with, all of the technology that they can bug and manipulate anytime they choose as you're fighting them. That is I'll put words in her mouth. That's suicidal, and that's what she was alluding to. You can't be a sovereign nation and depend on your greatest enemy for everything you need, and that's exactly right. And that's the way I feel about it. Are there going to be bumps? Yes. Is it going to be painful? Yes. Is working out painful before you get in shape? Yes. But would you rather do it now or wait until we are on the brink of disaster and then try to do it, because I would rather do it now, and I don't want to leave this at the feet of my kids and grandkids. That's how strongly I feel about it.
Well, Donald Trump right now has the political capital. We talk about that. How do you spend your political capital? And right now, this country, with his popularity, is willing to handle some bumps and bruises. Now, that doesn't mean it's for 6 months. That doesn't mean it's for 2 years. It is, all right, if you're going to tell me that you're going to see some goods that are going to go up for the time being, again, for the time being, it cannot be long term. It just can't be.
It's going to be a little while.
And you're going to have, and we've already seen, the Mexicans already decided, hey, we're going to go ahead and play the game with you and make sure that we don't want any of these tariffs.
Absolutely.
The Canadians yesterday were already bringing it up. Day one, they were bringing up, if you get rid of them, we'll get rid of ours. Yeah. I believe this is what's going to happen.
I do too.
With so many of these scenarios.
As we continue. Now, before we get there, the Chinese are furious. I think their total tariff is at like 56%. They are absolutely furious. And they're going to fight back. Don't expect them to just lay down. Their economy's in bad shape. I don't know that they can just lay down. They're going to have to fight back.
They have limited options.
They do, but yes. But to think that they're going to lay down their gloves like the Canadians did and the Mexicans did and the Israelis, the Vietnamese, I don't expect them to do that. So there's going to be some struggle there.
Who are these Canadians you speak of?
Oh, those.
There it is. Let's see if he'll do it.
I'm not doing it.
Do you mean the snow Mexicans?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yes,
just wanted to make sure.
I said it once. I'm not saying it anymore.
See, here's the problem. You think that that's somehow like some, oddly offensive. It's just pointing out.
Jeff the Canadian told me it was, so that's the reason And I love Jeff the Canadian.
Well,
that comes by. No, and I know what you're. I take no offense to it.
The snow Mexicans are upset and they're going to capitulate.
Yes, they are. They're definitely doing that part.
I mean, if I referred to, let's say, if they were the Norse Vikings, and I was like, oh, the Southern Vikings, you'd be like, oh, that sounds pretty legitimate. It's only because Mexicans. You look at Mexico as a narco state that for some reason calling everyone Mexicans.
Well, that's the truth, because Mexico is a narco state. There's no question about it. To pretend it's anything but is misleading yourself. It is a narco state. The cartels own and operate and run that state. Claudia Sheinbaum, she might as well be Joe Biden. And we learned, holy cow, there's on CNN, they had a whole segment dedicated to these new books, and I'm not trying to derail us necessarily. But there's Ron Klain quoted all through these books, a book by Chris Whipple, where Ron Klain said that Biden was tired. And when they were prepping for the what became the disaster of a debate, my man was... He got tired so they laid out 90 minutes to do debate prep. And Biden, 45 minutes into it, says, I'm tired. Huh. And he was like, I'm going to go lay down. And then they are like, okay. And so they let him do his thing. And then they try to do it again. And then they found him. He didn't even tell me he was leaving. He just walked out and sat by the pool during debate prep.
Now everybody is starting to tell stories.
What did we tell you? What did Los and I tell you was coming? These books they protected him and protected him and protected him. And now that it's over, they're like, we've got a story to tell and we can make ourselves a lot of money.
We told you that he was wandering naked around the White House at night. Now you're starting to find out all of this is true. This was not some sort of mystery. This is what was going on.
Listen to this. Ron Klain said that Joe Biden was so obsessed with NATO, that's all he talked about. Never discussing anything domestically. Always talking about NATO. And Ron Klain wondered, and this is from the book Uncharted, half seriously, if Biden thought he was the president of NATO, not the president of the United States. That's from his chief of staff. They knew it. They lied to you. CNN knew it. Every one of them knew it. And I didn't mean to derail us about tariffs, but it reminds me of Scheinbaum because she's just the puppet, no different than Joe Biden was the puppet. That's the tie together, and that's how I got to it.
No, I don't recall over any time in my life where I ever thought that the president was a puppet until the last 4 years.
And then he was nothing more than a suit.
So now you have strength in the White House, and you have that strength asserting itself around the world. And so you now have other countries that are going, well, that's not fair. Well, that's just mean. Sorry. We get to do this for ourselves.
We have to.
We have to.
That's the thing. We don't have any other choice. We cannot continue. Just like Batya Under Sargon said, we cannot rely on our greatest enemy for everything we need.
Nope.
Would you do that in your personal life? Let's say you had a neighbor and they are your worst enemy in the world. Like, you just don't get along. If you don't cut your grass a certain way, they're calling the HOA. If there's too much pollen on your deck that you hadn't washed off, done a little pressure wash, they're calling the HOA. You try to change out the windows, they're calling the HOA. That person, the one you can't stand.
You're going to have to burn their house down.
And they can't stand you, right? Are you going to rely on them to watch your dog, to watch your kids, to get them off the bus? No. You're not going to rely on the person that that does no good for you, that is always trying to derail you. You're not going to rely on that person in your personal life. What makes you think that the United States of America should do the same? I don't believe that we should. That's why I so strongly back what's happening. And not everybody does.
Nope, not at all.
Including Republicans. Rand Paul is very vocal about his dissent in this tariffs, this trade war that he calls it.
I mean, you have sediment in the Senate where you have Republicans that are like, how do we curtail this?
Yeah, they're voting with Democrats. And
how do we keep this from happening? How do we stop these tariffs?
They pushed a bill in the Senate yesterday to stop the tariffs specifically against Canada. And there was, I think, 4 or 5 Republicans voted along with them. And I'm sure, I don't know the list, but I would imagine that Rand Paul, who I have a lot of respect for and agree with a lot of time, don't agree with him now on this. Doesn't mean I don't like him. Doesn't mean I hate him. Just don't agree with him on this. He's one of those folks that are very, very vocal. There's others. You'll see it throughout the day. Buckle up. It is going to be an interesting next 6 months to 12 months to see how this goes. But I think we're doing the right thing. I really do. Time will tell. This is the Morning Extra on Xtra 106.3. Tug and Los. Turning a killer into a folk hero. That's what's on the line with Luigi Mangione. Next on Xtra 106.3.
Finally, a president that will fight for American values.
The American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before.
And finally, an Atlanta news station that covers it the right way. Xtra 106.3 isn't about traffic and weather. We care about the stories that matter most to you, your family, and your community. Get traffic and weather on your phone and get Atlanta's only conservative conversation right here on Xtra 106.3 FM and the Xtra app.
Hey, it's Mike with Atlanta Painting Company. Spring has sprung, so let's get your home looking fresh. Right now, save 10% on any paint job Atlanta Painting Company does for you this spring. Atlanta Painting Company is still Atlanta's biggest family-owned and run painting company, and we are passionate about making your family's home look great. So get in touch. Head to atlantapaintingcompany.com to save 10% on any paint job this spring. Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
If you're the decision maker at your company, we have great news for you, for your HR department, and for your employees. A new and future-forward way to do health benefits is here from Thatch. Not only do your employees get better health benefits with Thatch, but you save an average of $1,620 per employee per year. That's right. You can save over $1,600 per employee per year. Plus, Thatch reduces the time your HR department spends administering benefits. Businesses all over the country love Thatch's breakthrough approach. Rather than a wasteful one-size-fits-all plan, Thatch empowers your employees by letting them customize their own benefits plans. And you save money and time while providing your employees with better health benefits, which works better for everyone. Book a demo with Thatch and we'll send you a $100 gift card. Visit thatch.ai/radio to book a demo for your gift card. That's THATCH.ai/radio. Thatch.ai/radio.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Retirement means different things to different people. Some folks want to travel the world. Some folks want to spend more time with grandkids. For me, I'm looking forward to spending more time with my guitar. Whether extravagant and robust or simple and cozy, every retirement needs a plan. You wouldn't take a trip without directions. You have to know where you are before you know where you're going. Master Plan Retirement Consultants have helped many like you plan for their own retirement. Not only does Master Plan help you create the roadmap, they join you on the journey. So whether you want to travel the world, become a pickleball champ, or just looking for a good porch, a sturdy rocking chair, and an acoustic guitar, remember to plan well, because the destination is worth it. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Hi, my name is Steve from Marietta, and we hired ATL Turf Co. to build our dream backyard golf setup. They installed a large 4-hole putting green, a sand bunker, a short game area, and did a full conversion to artificial grass around the pool with decorative retaining walls. ATL Turf Co. was really creative. They were efficient. The installation was a breeze. Price was completely reasonable, and I definitely appreciated their communication throughout the project. I would definitely recommend ATL Turf Co. to anybody thinking about doing a backyard makeover. You can check them out online right now at atlturfco.com.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 3 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffers from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. We provide testosterone replacement therapy, the P-shot, and treatment for ED, PE, and Peyronie's disease. There's not just one therapy that can solve these complex issues. When you visit our clinic, you're going to see me. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. 404-777-1911. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. 404-777-1911. Online at tbtofga.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Thursday, April 3rd. As the Georgia legislative session draws to a close, Democratic lawmakers staged a walkout yesterday during debate over a bill that would ban gender-affirming care for transgender prison inmates. Republicans have also introduced legislation that would ban trans athletes from girls' sports. The legislative session ends this week. Republican State Senator Brian Strickland is the first candidate to file paperwork for a campaign to become Georgia's next Attorney General in 2026. Current AG Chris Carter announced he is running for governor next year in December. The Braves have acquired more land near the Battery. Pennant Park, a 34-acre office complex, expands the Braves' footprint and adds an additional 2,700 parking spots. The Braves return tomorrow for their home opener against the Marlins. Today's weather, partly cloudy, starting in the high 60s. We could see record-high temperatures this afternoon in the mid-80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
Pam Bondi is doing what I think the American people would want her to do, and that is going after a cold-blooded killer. A man that shot someone in the back in broad daylight, and it is Luigi Mangione, and he killed the CEO of United Healthcare. I do believe the American people think justice will be served by her going after the death penalty. The only thing, and I don't think it matters necessarily, but because he's already a folk hero, but this will solidify him as a folk hero.
It's interesting, Tug, that you look at this. And again, we didn't talk about this in pre-show. We didn't.
Well, you're at home. We couldn't even. You're because you're working later this afternoon. We're trying to keep you from having to drive into the office twice in a day.
I got to do Chuck and Chernoff later. I got to carry those groceries. This is something where this was immediately my thought when the announcement was made that Pam Bondi was going to seek the death penalty for the killing of the United Healthcare CEO. You already have, as you said, a folk hero. This is somebody that the left is rallying around as a way of giving the middle finger to the establishment. And the only way, when you're talking about color revolutions, which is what is going on right now, this is all they have. This is what 2020 was all about. This is what's going on in 2025. They're trying to create color revolutions. What has to happen is the state has to come down on someone in a way that the American society sees as being too much. You know, it's one thing if you put them in prison for life, everyone's like, okay, you're in prison for life. But if you choose to take someone's life, the goal of the color revolution is to have regular society say, oh, that's too far. That's too much. That's what they're trying to create with this. And I do fear that maybe we might be stepping into this trap.
Absolutely right. And you're right. We didn't discuss this whatsoever and both came to the same conclusion because I know what they're looking for. They're looking for another George Floyd. They're looking for something to rally the crazies around. And this guy might just be the ticket to doing that. And I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it because I do believe he does.
Oh, he does.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, he absolutely deserves it. But do you actually cut your own throat by doing this? Do you give them what they're looking for? And I don't know that Pam Bondi's thought about this. Maybe they don't think about it. Maybe we're looking at it from a different direction than they are. They're just looking at it from a law and order, and that's it. But someone in that administration has to go, hey, have y'all thought about this? Or I hope somebody has or will.
Well, and keep in mind, in a court of law, this is a suggestion of what they are looking for. This is, we're going to seek this death penalty. It doesn't mean that by the time we get to sentencing, because it's pretty clear from his writing and what he ended up posting, the dude did it, okay? Like, he flat out is like, I did it. I'm trying to save you all the time. Yeah, no confusion. I'm the one who shot and killed this person. This is what I did. It really comes down to the judge's discretion as to what they're going to get. And to me, part of what happened with the color revolution of 2020 is that you had Derek Chauvin, who was, stepping on the neck. By the way, a regular tactic by Minneapolis police standards. It was not outside of what they had been taught. It is part of what they had in their police guide. It was how to restrain a particular person, and yet they had to burn him down in part of the color revolution, and they had the body they needed when it was Derek Chauvin. That's what they're trying to do again with Luigi Mangione, is they need a body so that they can show you just how forceful the state is.
That's right. And I'm afraid they're going to get it. Hopefully they'll weigh out the options. Hopefully they're deliberating on this a little more than I think they are. But I'll admit I'm relatively nervous about it.
I was just very surprised that they played into, and again, like you're probably supposed to. This is what is supposed to happen to somebody
because he's the law and order candidate.
Yes, this is the law and order candidate, and death penalty is not off the books. But this is not a normal case in terms of this person now has this sick celebrity status. It's better to let them rot on the vine, hell, put them in solitary for a whole long time. I mean, like I said, at least they did the crime. At least treat them poorly. This isn't like January 6 people where, hey, I happened to wander into a place I shouldn't have been. Oh, I end up in solitary confinement until you break me. It's a little bit different than that.
A lot of bit different than that. This man is a cold-blooded murderer. January 6th didn't have that. The only person that died was an Air Force veteran. That's it. Where they're officers that died afterwards, of heart attacks, and they try to link that back to January 6th. There's no murder going on except for Ashley Babbitt in January 6th, and that was the state doing it. So yeah, the Mangione and January 6th, not even close. You can't even compare the two, and we're not trying to. But I just hope they think this one through, and I'm with Los on this, 404-741-1230. Whatever. What do you think should happen to Luigi Mangione? Because he is he's the worst of the worst. And you have to balance that law and order candidate with giving them exactly what they want, which is a martyr, if you will. And we don't want to present that to them.
And by the way, this wasn't just murder, because murder does happen every American city on a regular basis. It's unfortunate, but it's what it is. This was a targeted assassination.
That's right. That's a better way of putting it, right?
Which is what makes it so different in the eyes of the law, and why a law and order president is saying this is not going to be tolerated. But yet, it almost feels like you're creating this martyr. And if you were just to search Luigi Mangione on X, the amount of posts you're going to get from the far left that are so out there in terms of looking at him as a hero, all you're doing is putting a little bit of gasoline on that fire.
Yeah. Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3. We've talked about people that you don't expect to see together, people that you don't expect to work together. And Bill Maher and Kid Rock would be two that I wouldn't expect would have that much in common. But they seem to. They seem to have a difference of opinion, but a friendship. And they, Kid Rock showed up on the podcast there, or the show, one of the two, with Bill Maher, and they discussed the topic of the White House. Who would have thought it would be Donald Trump that extended the olive branch by way of Kid Rock to take Bill Maher to the White House? He had never gone to the White House. He had supported Clinton. He had supported Obama. He supported Biden, and yet had never been invited to the White House. And it wasn't until Donald Trump, someone he's been very critical of, and a friendship with Kid Rock that changed that.
It could not have been better. Everyone was so surprised, so pleasant. The most shocking thing to me was, Bill's obviously a very big liberal, been very hard on the president, but he's donated a lot of money to other politicians. You've had Biden, Clinton, Obama, everybody. He had never been to the White House, and the president was so gracious. He took us up to the private residence. We saw the Gettysburg Address in the Lincoln bedroom, and I was like, "You've never been here, Bill?" And I was like, "How about this? President Trump, extending this olive branch," and we talked about things we had in common, ending wokeness, securing the border. The president was asking him what he thought about policy, going on with Iran and Israel and things. It just it blew my mind. It was, right. I was very proud.
That's so awesome, dude. I do believe that's what America's really about. Finding your common ground. Though we can disagree vehemently about things, there can still be common ground and respect on a human level that doesn't really get played much on the left because they're too busy burning things down.
Well, Bill Maher had his noodle bait, and he had his noodle bait when Kid Rock went on his show about a month ago, 6 weeks ago, and he was asking Kid Rock about the Super Bowl performance of Kendrick Lamar. And Kid Rock lays it out there and basically told him, "I thought it was badass." He's like, granted, it wasn't for mainstream America, but I'm sitting there pumping my fists and I loved it. And he explained why. And I think that really kind of shook Bill Maher because he expected, all right, white guy, kind of a hip-hop artist, known as a pretty staunch Republican. He's supposed to hate the Kendrick Lamar halftime show. And he's like, no, I thought it was awesome. That was the moment when he started speaking to him and like, oh, and by the way, you should probably come with me to come meet Trump. I think that was oh, man, maybe there is a little more to these people than just the black and white that I've been sold.
Well, on top of that, another noodle baking moment was when they were talking about Kid Rock, and he said, I performed at Obama's inauguration, if you recall.
Yeah, he told him flat out. I was like, no, I did that.
I don't agree with the guy, but I respected the office enough to go perform, and I have many fans that disagree with me politically, and they're still my fans, and I still like them. I don't hate them because they see things differently than I do. They still buy my tickets, and I still appreciate them. Again, isn't it crazy that Kid Rock, the dude that's like, if you were just to see him on the street, be like, man, that is as white trash as it comes. My cousin Curtis and he are probably best friends, or at least they could be. And yet, he's the guy that brought two people together that have been so ridiculously hard on each other, and maybe for good reason. There's been plenty of times that I've been ticked off at Bill Maher. Not that I hate him, but there's things that he would say, and I would just be like, you've got to be kidding me. This guy's an idiot. There's no way that he's serious right now. And vice versa, Trump has gone after him pretty good. So for Kid Rock to be the conduit to get those two people together and discuss, things that are happening around the world, does it change their perspective? Does it change their opinion of each other? I don't know, but it sounded like everything went well.
It'll be interesting to watch, real time with Bill Maher on Friday.
He's going to get a rating spike.
There's going to be a bump. Like, I typically watch the show. Yeah, I don't watch it live. I typically will catch it on Saturday or Sunday on one of the replays. And I enjoy it. Like I said, I like seeing what the other side is talking about. And oftentimes I like to see who the Republican is that shows up and takes all the slings and arrows. And then, when they can score their own points. I said this to an attorney friend of ours. And I had made the point when they were being critical of Donald Trump. I said, hey, do you know your Shakespeare? And my point was that in Shakespeare, it's the drunk, it's the jester, it's the clown, whoever that you think you're supposed to think the least amount of. In Shakespeare, that's the person who speaks the most amount of truth. In this case, it's Kid Rock.
Yeah.
Kid Rock is the one you're not expecting it from, yet he's speaking the most truth in this entire deal.
But you see that in the good book, too. Who did Jesus spend most time with? The sinners.
Yeah. The sinners.
The people that society,
the lowest of the low,
that's right.
Yes.
The people that society said, do not give them your time. They don't deserve it. They're filthy. They're animal, whatever it is. And I'm certainly not comparing Kid Rock to please don't. But
the whole idea of pay attention to the message. The message, especially when the message is one where it's enlightening. I mean, that's the whole idea of why these things are supposed to be difficult to grasp. Is that you may not like the packaging, but you need to pay attention to the message.
Dude, I would imagine, and I don't know this, somebody who's better with Shakespeare than I. I mean, I remember it from high school, but I'm I can't say that I am an expert at Shakespeare at all.
They weren't throwing them around on the Navy ship?
No, there weren't. They're throwing lots of things around, but not
Here's
that.
Othello.
Yeah. But I would imagine because the stories make so much sense and they have that parallel. Shakespeare talked about the like you were describing, the drunk telling the truth or the jester being the guy with the most wisdom. I wonder if that comes from the biblical principle. I wonder if that's where that's pulled from, and I don't know the answer. But it seems like they would line up. It seems like they would make sense if that's the way or the reason that Shakespeare wrote them that way, because they came from the good book.
That's always been, and again, it gets played up. I'm gonna make this really turn really a different direction right here, Tug. But do you remember the joke in Talladega Nights? That the whole idea of I'm thinking about punching this old bum, but what if it's Jesus? Yeah. It's like you don't know where the message is coming from. It's like I'm thinking about punching this old bum, but maybe it's Jesus, so I probably shouldn't. It's like no, you don't know where the message of actual intelligence is coming from, and so yes, maybe it's coming from Kid Rock in this point, and you might be saying, come on, this guy wrote a song 25 years ago that you can't write you Bob with the ball, the bang. I was like, you can't write the lyrics, okay? Yeah. I was like, that's what it is. But yet, he's the one who's speaking the most amount of knowledge in this thing of saying, here's how to get the traditional liberal Democrat to pay attention to what Donald Trump is doing. And Donald Trump going, hey, we may not be on the same side, but I'm in the interest of both of us.
Dude, I just did a quick Google search, Bible references in Shakespeare plays, and there's a book about it. So I stumbled onto something completely accidentally. But somebody else has figured out. I mean, now it's intriguing enough that I want to figure out whether. So, University of Delaware is where that I've seen this. Nasib Shaheen, biblical references in Shakespeare plays, written in 2011. So, dude, we stumbled upon something that we had no idea that we were going to.
I'm going to punch this bum. Might be Jesus.
That's exactly right. Goodness gracious. But,
and now I'm going to send that to you all day long. Just going to send you that one. I'm going to go find that video link. I'm going to send it to you all day long. You'll just be sitting there minding your own business. Suddenly, here, he sent the link again.
There it is again. I want to fuss this dude, but I'm afraid it's Jesus. I better not. Oh, so funny. And I do believe that God has a sense of humor. How could he not? I mean, the way he created us, we're always... chasing our tail and doing the wrong things. He has to have a sense of humor. I believe that with all that is me. We'll punch this dude. Might be Jesus. Los hit me with that yesterday.
Never know.
You remember that meme?
I'm going to sock him one. Might be Jesus, though.
May want to hold off. I'm just saying, you may want to hold off. That's all I'm saying. Morning Xtra at Xtra 106. 6 o'clock hours brought to you by Subaru Gwinnett. When we come back, the Democrats continue to be very angry about deporting their voters. The ones that they brought in. Next on Xtra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, April 3rd. The Braves are now 0-7 as they are the only winless team in Major League Baseball after the Dodgers walked off last night, beating the Braves 6-5. The final today is an off day for the team. The Braves will open up their home schedule beginning tomorrow night as the Braves will host the Miami Marlins. The Atlanta Hawks, they dropped the second game of a back-to-back. They lost in Dallas last night, 120-118. The Hawks are back in action Saturday night against the New York Knicks. And the United States will host the upcoming Women's World Cup. That games is set for 2031. The UK has been awarded the event for 2035. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Tax refund. Have you gotten a check? Are you getting a check or are you having to pay in? Because most of the time talking about having to pay in, it's irritating a little bit. But if you are getting a tax refund check, what are you doing with it? How are you going to make it work for you? Because that's what we got to do, right? You got to find value. You got to make your money work for you. And why not invest it into your most valuable asset? That would be your home. Tax refund season, invest it at Southern Exteriors. For 25 years, homeowners have trusted Southern Exteriors. They've done over 200,000 jobs across 6 states. They're based in Jackson, Georgia, cover the entire Southeast, and have the manpower to do it. And have a foreman on site. You have any questions? They'll get them answered. Any problems, any issues, they'll get them resolved right there. You don't have to make calls when you see the dudes that are working in your house and you're like, well, that's not what they're supposed to be doing. Then you have to go outside and call somebody and be like, hey. You don't do that. And believe me, I've just gone through that with an interior project that went haywire that we're still trying to resolve. You don't deal with that with Southern Exteriors. I wish they were Southern Interiors and Exteriors, to be honest with you. But anyway, windows, gutters, doors, siding, roofing, get it all done right the first time. Maximize that refund, 0% financing for 12 months or 10% off any project. That's what they'll give you at Southern Exteriors.
That boy band is way too attractive to work inside. They have to be outside. Otherwise, they'll burn your house down.
Well, because they're so hot. That's right. And I don't know that they work with their shirts off, but you could probably talk them into it. I mean, if you wanted to.
Hey, fellas, can you take the shirts off?
Yeah, it would make the neighborhood ladies very, very happy if you could just do that. Play some Backstreet Boys while you're banging on the roof and things. Call them today, get that curb appeal boosted, and tackle those much-needed repairs. Free estimate now, southernexteriors.co, southernexteriors.co.
There's a tidal wave of clean car happiness sweeping across Braves country. Tidal Wave Auto Spa is your go-to car wash destination for a game day ready ride. Experience Major League Clean at Tidal Wave, the official car wash of the Atlanta Braves. Stay clean car happy all season long with membership discounts, exclusive giveaways, and more. Visit TidalWaveAutoSpa.com/Braves for details.
My car is happy. I am happy. Tidal Wave Auto Spa.
Are you seeing your dog slow down or having health issues and wonder, how can I make him feel better? That's where we are with Uno, and it just breaks our hearts. But the solution is actually pretty easy. Add Rough Greens to your dog's food for 90 days, and you'll see changes that will really amaze you. Rough Greens wants to invite you to give your dog the Rough Greens 90-day challenge. In the first 30 days, this is what you're going to see, a shinier coat and increased energy. By day 60, your dog's going to have a stronger immune system, less shedding, and improved joint function, all due to the live nutrients that you've added to their diet. And at 90 days, better digestion, reduced inflammation, improved heart health, and you might even have reduced their cancer risk. Fetch a free Jumpstart trial bag for your dog today. Go to roughgreens.com. Use the promo code BECK. That's RUFFgreens.com, promo code BECK, and you just cover the shipping. You don't have to change your dog's food to improve your dog's health. Just add a scoop of Rough Greens.
Hey there, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly, Cobb's premier lifestyle magazine, where you'll find familiar faces, local voices, and community businesses like Denson Pepper CPA.
Hi, I'm Denson, your certified public accountant. I specialize in helping people catch up on their unfiled income tax returns.
Why would folks reach out to you, Denson?
Well, Tara, dealing with the IRS can be tricky. Did you know that you must first file your returns before establishing a repayment plan? If you don't file, the IRS can file for you, often showing a higher liability than what you actually owe.
That's crazy. What can our readers do?
Consider me your inside connection, available day or night at DensonPepperCPA.com. If your readers run afoul of the IRS, I'm here to help.
Amazing to have a resource like you, Denson, when dealing with the IRS. Thanks for choosing Our Town Monthly to promote your business. And remember, Our Town is your town at Our Town Monthly.
Senior software analyst positions offered by Texera Incorporated in Alpharetta, Georgia. Responsible for gathering and interpreting the business requirements and customizing Manhattan's product PKMS/TE, troubleshooting technical and functional issues, and coordinating work assignments across shores. Position reports to Alpharetta, Georgia office. Telecommuting permitted in accordance with company policy, but must live within commuting distance of stated office. Apply with resume to join us at TECHSERA.com.
Have you left the left? Call in and tell us why at 404-741-1230. Now back to the Morning Extra with Tug and Los.
Indeed, you're always welcome to call anytime you'd like if you have left the left or you want to share your favorite Trump victory. Because down the hall at our sister station, Los and I laughed about this during the commercial break, was down the hall, they are in shambles a little bit.
A lot of anger.
Buddy, they're just like, how do I talk about this every day? How do I just be and complain every day?
I told them we're having a great time down the hall
because all we do is win, win, win.
Miserable people.
They are. They came in just barking and chirping how the Braves just got, walked off on, and it was a dagger to the heart after they thought they were going to win all the way through the eighth. And then I guess the Hawks lost on an Anthony Edwards jumper at the buzzer. And, Anthony played at the University of Georgia. So, I mean, they just, it was the two punch for them. And they're like, what are y'all talking about? We're like, just winning. That's all we're talking about.
We're having fun.
We're just winning.
Everything's good over here.
So if you walked away and you enjoy this winning, or you want to challenge President Trump the way I have, make me sick of winning, because I don't believe you can. Then 404-741-1230. It is all good here in the Extra 106.3 hood. When I see illegals that have committed heinous crimes deported, I'm immediately encouraged. I'm like, that's what I voted for. That's good.
The heinous?
Well, no, the heinous is on you. That's what it is. And if you heard us talking with Neil Bortz, if you heard us talking with Neil Bortz, you maybe you'll get the jokes that we're alluding to here on Extra. But no, seriously.
You said one of the magic words. You said heinous.
I did. Oh. But when I see somebody that's deported that's done these things, that was the reason the Lake and Riley Act was put into law, I'm okay with that. I celebrate that. I think most Americans do, and the polling would show me that is the case. Ellie Mistal, not so much.
Even if you tell me and you prove that they're gang members, I'm not so sure that I'm okay with them being sent off to be tortured in a foreign country, but I'll leave that aside.
Hang on.
Hold on, Ellie Mistal.
He just said out loud, even if they are gang members, I don't want them deported. That's exactly what he said. He's veiling that in, well, they're going to be tortured. They're in this horrible prison. These are gang members that have killed people, raped, pillaged. I mean, the worst of the worst. What would you like them to be in? More like a Martha Stewart style penitentiary jail sentence? Is that what you're looking for? No, he wouldn't even be happy with that. I don't believe those. He wants them back in America. Those are his voters.
The dedication that the left has to try and make sure that you keep murderers and rapists in this country, it's mind-boggling.
He's not the only one saying that.
No, not of course not.
Jamie Raskin said it the day before yesterday.
They're so desperate to have people that ruin society stay here because they look at it as down with society. By the time that society all falls apart, they will be able to enact their ideology and remake America as they see fit.
We hate this country, and this is our best way to get rid of it. to diminish it, to destroy it. And they're saying it out loud. They don't even hide it. It's kind of like the Democrats in the fact that they're moving so far hard left that they don't even hide it anymore. We had Prima Jayapal talking about comrades come to my socialist meeting.
Elon Omar.
Yeah.
I mean, these people are openly talking about this now.
Yeah, they don't hide it from you. They don't hide it from me. They don't hide it from anybody. They want you to know what they want to do. So when they tell you, do not dismiss it. Do not take it as Tug and Los is they're being dramatic.
We're not being hyperbolic.
Not at all.
We're not being dramatic.
Oh, wait, we don't have to be any of those things. They're saying it out loud. They're saying, hey, this is what we are. This is what we want.
And I get it. Like, Elie Mystal is a little bit nutty out there. Okay, like this is somebody
as a fruitcake.
He's way out there in terms of the stuff that he covers and then the stuff that he brings to the table. But he is a learned man. It's very interesting to see somebody who has as much education and the level of intelligence, yet they cannot comprehend these basic elements of how the United States is put together, and that if you drop criminals in here by the millions, you have something that erodes society.
You've heard of educated idiots before. It used to be a term that my mama would say. She'd be like, they're educated, but they're an idiot. That's a really smart person to be that dumb. And she would say that, and it never made sense to me. I was like,
outside of, like, what I would point out is that Mama would, say some of these things, and you would just go, all right, what direction are you going, Mama?
Yeah, I wouldn't understand it. I had no idea what she was talking about. I was a young man. I was a little kid.
And then as you've gotten older, you're like, Mama had a good point.
Dude, Mama, how many times have I said she's not the most educated? She dropped out of school in 8th grade to work for the family. She went back and got her good enough diploma, as Chris Rock would call it. One of the wisest women in the world. And when she would tell me that, it would have made no sense to me. And she would give me the example, Los. And she would say, it's like the kids that you go to school with. Have you ever noticed that some of them it just comes so easy for them? And here you are, you're having to bust your tail trying to get a C, and they're just getting A's. They're cruising through. And then they get to college where things get really, really hard, and they're not able to cruise through, but they don't know how to study because they never had to. You're going to be in a better position. And I was like, Mama, I don't know if that's the truth. Turns out it was.
I would like to imagine that Mama was looking at your stuff from like kindergarten, 1st, 2nd grade.
I was getting used.
You had to color inside the lines, and you were just struggling to do it. And Mom was like,
"That's right.
He's going to have to do something different." That's right. But I like the mentality that, and you're absolutely right. It's when
educated idiots.
When you have had the experience of struggling, you know how to persevere.
That's right.
Not everybody has that scenario happen to them, and when they do, they freak out.
And in life, there are going to be moments when you need to persevere. There's going to be moments that are going to be really tough, and you feel like you're in that valley and you ain't ever coming out of it. Man, I'm never going to see the mountaintop again. Some people would even say this about Trump's tariffs. So this is going to be, we're going to have to struggle. We're going to have to. Okay, I'm ready for it. I have been prepared. And Los, they'll say, well, things are going to be so much more expensive. How much more expensive can they be? We've lived through the last 4 years where everything is astronomically more expensive.
I already saw at one point 9% inflation coupled with multitude of months where inflation never moved. I'm worried about this.
I do not fear this at all. And I know we got away from Elie Mystal. The point is, these people, they're upset that you're removing your president, the person you voted for, and they hate you for it. You're removing their voters. Doesn't matter what they did, they could count on that vote. That's where that mentality comes from.
We were giving them free stuff. We knew they would vote for us.
Hard to argue. That is solid and good logic. They don't usually use logic, but in this case they did. Countries are already bending the knee and kissing the ring when it comes to the tariffs. Talk about that next after the Fox News update on Xtra 106.
The
legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's a camera. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
It seems that some Democrats in California are a bit upset because people actually defend their homes using deadly force sometimes. So they want to make that illegal.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
What's the mystery behind Mystery Valley Golf Course? Is it the fact that it's been voted one of Atlanta's must-play courses? Or is it the fact that it's conveniently located from anywhere in Atlanta? Or maybe it's because Mystery Valley has recently renovated the course, adding all new tipped Bermuda putting greens, upgrading all 66 sand bunkers, and improving the clubhouse and amenities all around. No matter what it is, Mystery Valley Golf Club has been a staple of the Atlanta golf community for many years, and it reopened with the new renovations. Now is the perfect opportunity to make a tee time and enjoy a round of golf at Mystery Valley, located next to Stone Mountain in Lithonia, taking all of the beautiful natural scenery while enjoying a fantastic round of golf. Go to MysteryValleyGolfCourse.com to book tee times. But one question will always remain: how did Mystery Valley get its name?
You need a pre-owned car or truck, but you don't need the headache of searching for one. Spending hours calling dealerships, then spending half the day filling out paperwork.
Come on.
You need the Honest Car Guy.
Hey, this is Tom from the Honest Car Guy. We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly. We guarantee each vehicle we sell will come with a copy of the bill of sale, showing what we paid for it. You pay what we pay, plus a disclosed fee. Guaranteed.
Get an Honest Car Buy from the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
I want you to think about something. Every dollar you spend either supports or works against your values. Patriot Mobile is leading the way as America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Switch today without sacrificing any of the quality or any of the services. You will get exceptional coverage because, unlike most budget providers, Patriot Mobile utilizes all three major U.S. networks. They can even add two numbers on two networks on one phone, something the big guys just can't do. So stay connected with flexible, unlimited data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, device protection, and international backup, and you'll save money. Switching to Patriot Mobile also supports faith, family, and freedom. If you believe in our First and Second Amendment rights, the sanctity of life, supporting our veterans, this is where you belong. Switching is really, really easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade if you want. Go to patriotmobile.com/Beck or call 972-PATRIOT. 972-PATRIOT, a free month of service with a promo code BECK. Switch today. patriotmobile.com/Beck or 972-PATRIOT.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
Another stock market plunge looms. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Dow futures are down more than 1,200 points, reacting to President Trump.
Instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal. That means they do it to us and we do it to them.
And he says that'll bring more manufacturing to the U.S.
We're also standing up for our great farmers and ranchers who are brutalized by nations all over the world.
Fox's Jared Halpern's at the White House.
The wide-ranging tariffs will hit nearly every U.S. trading partner. All imports are subject to a 10% baseline tariff, and goods from dozens of other countries will have reciprocal duties imposed at a rate of about half of what is charged for U.S. products.
Well, China calls this bullying, and there are no trade war winners as countries consider retaliation. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen warns of global economic harm.
We are already finalizing the first package of countermeasures.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in Europe at NATO's headquarters and talks with our allies, wanting the U.S., wanting Europeans to do more for their own security.
If the threats truly are as dire as I believe they are, and the members of this alliance believe they are, then that threat has to be confronted by a full and real commitment to have the capability to confront these things.
More Israeli airstrikes have hit Gaza overnight. Officials say more than 50 Palestinians killed.
The latest attacks were focused on Khan Yunis in the south of the Strip and Gaza City in the north. Israel intends to take control of large areas of Gaza and establish a new security corridor. It appears the southern city of Rafah is to be cut off, with civilians told to evacuate.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. There is storm damage in several states. One person was killed in Missouri where tornadoes rolled through.
I heard it coming. I told my wife, get in the basement.
More twisters could form today, Mississippi to Ohio, with heavy rain that could also cause widespread flash floods in the next several days. America's listening to Fox News.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Only two things in life are certain: death and taxes. How about one more? Switch from Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile to cut your bill in half with Pure Talk. For just $25 a month, get unlimited talk, text, and 5 gigs of data on America's most dependable 5G network. Switching is easy. Dial pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk to make the switch, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Pure Talk. Wireless by Americans for Americans.
Grow your business organically with Atlanta's fastest growing news and talk station, Xtra 1063. Get started today by emailing sales@xtra1063.com.
We're starting our 7 o'clock hours, Jazz Hands or Tim Wall's Hands.
Tim Wall's Hands.
Double waves for everybody. Call.
Hey, everybody, I'm Tim Walls.
The guy
look at my jazzercise kicks.
Right. The kicks, I forget about the kicks because I'm so caught up with double waving. No dude double waves. No man double waves.
Well, no dude jazzercise kicks either.
No, they don't. That's exactly right. But it was yesterday when Walls posted, about the Wisconsin election. Millionaires and billionaires can't buy Wisconsin. I'm like, fool. That's exactly what George Soros did. That's exactly what all the billionaires that you are connected with, because the Democrat Party is the party of millionaires and billionaires. That's exactly what happened. Just your preferred billionaire got the win instead of the one you don't like. Don't tell me. I love that holier than thou. Boy, they leave out some key ingredients of the details, don't they?
Well, at this point, we now know it's our taxpayer money.
Well, that's
that makes this thing happen.
That's
the sick part that we have found out, that it's our money that ends up finding its way to these organizations, these NGOs, these non-government organizations, and they're the ones that spend it. And then they enrich the left.
No kidding. And I've been saying it for a long time. That nonprofit space feels dirty to me. Feels filthy to me. And I've even pulled back on where I donate. I really have to believe in, trust in the things that I donate to. And usually it's connected to my church, so I feel good about it because the church books are open. That's the thing I love about our church the most, man. If you want to see them, you can. It's open to be able to view. So I feel good about where my tithes are going. I feel good about where the church is using the money. But there are plenty of those nonprofits out there that I just don't.
Well, it makes it hard to trust them.
It does, dude, and it's been magnified.
Being that there is no minimum, that when it's a nonprofit and they tell you about, well, hey, this is a nonprofit benefiting this organization, and yet there is no minimum that they have to dole out to that organization.
And what was the straw that broke the camel's back for me is we had a friend, I won't say who it is, but we have a friend, Los and I both know, and he told me that, when you go through the grocery store and they ask you to donate a particular amount of money.
Joe Virgin River.
It wasn't Joey.
No.
Who you got to see yesterday.
I did.
He's sinking the Braves ship right now.
Yeah,
he left us, started with the Braves, and the Braves have not won a game since Joe Virgin River's been there. And we miss him and we love him, but it is his fault. So it wasn't Joey, but the friend that we have told me when you go and they say, hey, you want to give a certain amount that's going to this nonprofit, that nonprofit, whichever one it is, and probably some that you've heard of and think a lot of. And he said, yeah, well, what happens is the grocery store keeps a certain portion of it, sometimes upwards of 50% of your donation as a fee for processing the business, whatever. And I'm not saying they shouldn't have any piece of it to cover their cost, but don't present it to me as that you're doing this grand good for the world when you're keeping half of my donation. And that was the cherry on top. That was the straw that broke the camel's back.
That was the moment where you went,
I'm out.
Hold on a second.
I'm out. That's filthy.
Because we already have a number of high school fundraisers that are attached to a number of places we go to.
Yeah.
And we're always told, like, would you like to donate to this high school? And like, yeah, no, not today. But then when you look into it, and the high schools don't mind because, all right, if you donate $5, the high school might see $2.
But it's $2 they wouldn't have had otherwise.
Right, exactly.
And the company putting together your little guide keeps the $3.
They're going to keep the $3.
Yeah. And that's gross. But everybody has to do it. Everybody, it's a necessary evil if you're fundraising for your high school, whether you're selling popcorn or signage in the outfield. It happens. So there's just a lot out there that's gross, and it bothers me. When it comes to tariffs, the conversation today, look for it, will be, look at the stock market. Stock market, major sell-off. We're in the red. This is terrible. This is awful. And you shouldn't support it. This is not what you voted for. And I would say, whoa, hold your horses. Los says exactly what I voted for.
That's what exactly I voted for. I want all of these aggressive methods to be used on a regular basis. And I want to even the playing field, not for me. Okay, not for me. I want it for the American worker. I want them to be able to point out, hey, I get to make a product and I know it's going to sell and I know it's going to do well, and I'm willing to put up my work against anybody else in the world. I think that's a huge plus.
That's exactly right. And to make it more personal, I want it for my kids and my grandkids, if I'm lucky enough to have grandkids. But my son, for sure, and I do believe one day he'll want to be a dad and will be an incredible dad. I just know how he is and who he is. And I want him to grow up, or his kids to grow up in an America that we set the tone for, that we put in the work, just like the greatest generation put in the work that changed the entirety of the world. They sacrificed in World War II. And I'm not comparing the two, tariffs and sacrificing in World War II, but I'm just talking about sacrifice in general. Their sacrifice made the world a better place and made the United States a better place. And I want our sacrifice, if there is sacrifice to come, and they're going to tell you it is, and maybe there will be. I want to take that pain now. I don't want my kids and grandkids to be shackled with that.
No, I like that. I like the fact that you take on the personal responsibility of, this is what it's going to cost me. Maybe in the big scheme of things, that means, hey, I got to work an extra year or two. Now, when you're 64, 65, you're probably like, this is a terrible idea. You and I have talked about it openly on a regular basis. We do not expect to have Social Security, and we do not expect to have some sort of a backing system to where it's like, okay, cool, I retired, and here's how I'm going to be compensated as I move forward. Everything is on our own. And we are more than willing, as a couple of guys in our 40s, to say, I'm 20 years away from that. I want to take the damage and the brunt and the unhappiness right now.
It only makes sense. What would you do? What would you sacrifice for your kids and your grandkids if you have grandkids now? I bet anybody listening to the show would say anything. I would do whatever it takes. It does not matter the task. It doesn't matter the severity. I am going to do whatever it is to put my kids and grandkids in a better situation, including working overtime, including working 2 or 3 jobs. You see single parents do it all the time because they're dedicated to their kid. And I'm sure everybody by now has seen the story of the man that left his kids at McDonald's to go on a job interview.
90 minutes.
Yeah, to go on a job interview, if that's indeed the case. But let's just, for this argument, say that it is. He did whatever it took, including leaving his kids, which, when I was 10, my mama used to leave me in the McDonald's with my sister who was, 4 years younger, so 6, as she walked around the mall. She was like, y'all stay here.
Enjoy the playland, Tug.
That's right.
She lit up a cool.
I've got to go to JCPenney.
I've got to go find you some pants.
That's right. And some socks, back to school shoes and things. But she would leave us and we would stay there and eat. It wasn't that uncommon. Is it a different world? Yes. But if that story sticks and is true, and they've raised a bunch of money for him on the GoFundMe, now there's conflicting reports. Is it true? Is it not? Whatever. Let's just assume for right now that it is, because we don't know otherwise. Dude was just doing what it took to get himself in a position to better serve his children. And I think that's a very common thing to do. I think most parents would do that. And when bringing it back to tariffs, we're going to do the hard work now. The other thing, Los, and we talked about it a little last hour, is how much worse can it be than what Joe Biden did to us already and the Democrats and their bad policies have done to us already?
We already have seen, as Americans, that many people had their savings accounts just drained with what was going on as far as food prices and other services around the country. That was what went on. So when Donald Trump tells you, I'm going to fix this, but here's what you have to deal with in the time being, I just know I'm on board. Like, okay, here we go. I already know what it's like to be abused by an administration.
Right. But most countries, I say most, a lot of, let's say that to be more accurate, a lot of countries are already saying, what do we got to do? Including the Canadians, the Vietnamese, the Israelis. All these countries are already saying, all right, let's work something out here. Let's figure something out before we have to come to all out war.
Let's avoid going to blows.
Yeah, that's right, and I love that. It just shows you that the Trump tariffs will work, and I do believe they're going to. It's going to take. It ain't going to be overnight, and there's going to be bumps in the road. There's going to be hardships where things spike, depending on what it is. There's going to be prices to pay that'll be a little higher than we're used to.
But we need to indulge in the fact that we have 330 million consumers. Like, everybody around the world wants to get into the American market, and we do not impose. They have to.
They can't survive without us.
But you are talking about, with those 330 million consumers, that what it really comes down to is give them a decent product, show them what they're going to do, and they'll buy into it. Now, if it's been hit by a tariff, because let's say, for instance, it's a German automobile. All right, the Germans are making sure that when it comes over here, there's not a tariff on it. But the Germans are protecting their own auto industry by putting a crazy tariff on any of our goods. It's not a fair game. We're just trying to make it a fair game.
Who could be against that? Who could be against that prospect? I always boil it down to, how does it affect you directly? If you go and let's say your kid's an athlete and you're going to buy cleats, and you go in and you buy your cleats, and they're, whatever the cost is, let's say $50, but your friend goes in there and they only have to pay $30. Are you going to be okay with that? Of course you wouldn't. You'd be like, what the hell? How did they get it cheaper? And that's kind of the way it is with trade around the world. We're paying more. Our friends aren't. And we're wondering why. We sit back and wonder why. Well, it's obvious. We've let them take advantage of us forever. We set this up in World War II, right? After the World War, we're trying to build back up economies. We set this up to allow countries to rebuild, to build up their economies and improve their countries after just a horrible war. And since then, those countries have been built up. We played it yesterday. Scott Bessent talking about how we built the Middle East. We built Europe. We built China. And since then, that has never been in America's favor, that rebuilding. It's always been at the detriment of the United States. And those days are over, and I'm glad they're over.
Well, I'll tell you this. So you ended up having some charts that made their way around yesterday, and one of the ones I thought that was really good, what it did is it showed the amount of tariffs that are going on around the world when it comes to United States goods. And so, for instance, like, one of the top ones is China. China protects their own industries by charging as much as 80% on tariffs.
You mean they're looking out for themselves?
That is what they're doing. Yes,
Los, I can't believe that people do that.
But when you then look from there, Mexico, 78%, Canada, 76%. Then you get all the way down to like the Germans. The Germans still are like at 72%. So
a tariff against stuff that they charge for our stuff going into their economy.
Protect their own industries. That's it. That's
a novel
all this
concept.
is. We're just trying to protect American industries and actually encourage manufacturing moving forward, and that we will then protect those that choose to expand their manufacturing operations in this country.
Seems like a plan that everybody's using but us. And now that's changed. It's as simple as that. I mean, I don't know, when I hear Rand Paul, who I like, when I hear him railing against it, when I hear other radio hosts railing against it, because I heard that yesterday, I just do not understand not protecting your own interests.
Were you cheating on us?
No, I wasn't.
Listen to others out there?
No, I wasn't. I haven't.
I mean, we don't have Kimmer this week because
that's right. He's on vacation. As a matter of fact, I got a call yesterday, and I need to call the very sweet lady back. She was concerned about Kimmer. Where is her Kimmer show?
Well,
Kimmer's just on vacation.
He is having another leg attached to his body.
Well, that's private information. That goes against HIPAA regulations. What? You can't talk about that stuff.
Pointing out what's happening? Okay.
But it's his private information. You can't talk about that.
All right.
That's a medical procedure.
When Kimmer comes back and he has three-legged pants, then you'll understand why.
Yes, right. But let him share that. You can't do that. I mean, HIPAA does not allow you to talk about his medical conditions. Goodness. Los, just share the man's business everywhere.
Well, I can't wait for him to be back.
No, it will be great. He's
him and his new leg.
That's right. His extra, he's going to start calling him Tripod. I love it. You know who's really, really unpopular? Stew on this for a minute. Hakeem Jeffries. He wants you to know that there is an unpopular man in the United States of America, and that man's name, Elon Musk.
We were supposedly going to be intimidated by Elon Musk. All of the money, all of the things that he represents, threatening primaries, left, right, and center, threatening Democrats, myself included, that he was going to run somebody in the general election against me. Run somebody, Elon. Run somebody. Nobody's running away from it. Maxwell Frost made that clear a long time ago because we know where the voters are. This guy is one of the most unpopular figures in the country because Donald Trump has unleashed him.
We know where the voters are. This is the Democrat leadership. We know where the voters are. Yet you got shellacked 7 weeks ago. I don't believe that Hakeem Jeffries knows where the voters are, and their polling would indicate they have no idea. And to call Elon Musk unpopular is an outright lie.
Well, trying to score a victory whenever they can, and considering the Doge, when it comes across the board, has anywhere from 65 to 75% approval across the board. Doesn't matter what party, doesn't matter what faction. People are like, get rid of the corruption, get rid of the abuse. Hakeem Jeffries, this is now what we're getting from Hakeem Jeffries. Every single week, he's trying to create some sort of controversy in which the left comes out on top. They don't have any wins. They don't have anything to run on. Like, what have they managed to do in the last 4 or 5 months?
Nothing.
You
got to win in the Supreme Court in Wisconsin. That's what you've got. That's it. And it was already a left-leaning Supreme Court, so this is not going to make that much of a difference. Would it have been great to have a conservative on there? Sure.
Yeah.
But that's your overwhelming, overarching victory. That's your poster for how great we are. We've got one local race victory, or one state race that we won. That's it. We've lost everything else, and our polling sucks.
If you ever wanted to know how hardcore that the communists are, they got their butts kicked 4 or 5 months ago, and yet, in their mind, well, we just didn't explain ourselves well enough. And they're right back at it trying to win elections. And in some cases, and in some places, they're able to do it pretty easily.
We'll see how they fare in the midterms. I do look forward to it because I think we're going to be just fine, especially if we continue on this path, because we continue to win. Donald Trump continues to win. America continues to win, and we will win. It's a great place to be, a great position to be in. The game is being revealed in a new Trump lawsuit. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Tug and Los until 10.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
261 criminal illegal aliens, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, put on planes and sent to Central America and marched into a terrorist holding facility. Thank you, President Trump.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPsetc.com.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Got a to-do list a mile long? No problem. We've got the ultimate solution, our Handyman for a Day program. Here's how it works. You get a skilled handyman dedicated to knocking out your honey-do list. Paint touch-ups, drywall repairs, door adjustments, and much more, all done in one day. You want to jump into spring and not worry about your home? Call us now before the rush for your Handyman for a Day and call us at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day. The Trusted Toolbox.
Calling all contractors. Stovall & Company Wholesale Landscape Supply is here for you.
We've been family owned and operated for more than 75 years, and we just opened our 11th location in Canton, Georgia.
We are proud to provide all your wholesale irrigation, nursery, and landscape supply needs.
We are partnered with Keystone Hardscape to offer a wide variety of products to enhance any outdoor living space.
Here at Stovall, we have it all. Check us out at StovallInc.com or visit any of our convenient locations throughout North Georgia.
Yellow Jacket fans, don't miss your chance to lock in your seat for the 2025 football season today. Next year's home slate is highlighted by the renewal of our rivalry with Clemson, as well as ACC matchup versus Pitt, Syracuse, and Virginia Tech. Into the end zone! Touchdown! Haynes King! All hail the King! Support head coach Brent Key and the Jackets on game day by visiting RamblingWreck.com/tickets to get your season tickets today. Sting 'em.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get your second month free for a limited time. You'll get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month. Here's Veronica and Jackie, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
And now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free when they use promo code SECONDFREE. Just call, click, or bring us your bill and see how much you can save. Because when it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and use code SECONDFREE to get a free second month. Real people paid to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
It's April 3rd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is World Party Day. Pretty self-explanatory. It originated from a book called Flight, a quantum fiction novel that, you guessed it, ends with a big party. Also on this day, the Unabomber was arrested in 1996. Ted Kaczynski, a mathematician with anarchist ideas, was responsible for killing 3 people and injuring more than 20 others with letter bombs between the late 70s and mid-90s. In 1984, the NCAA saw its first ever African-American coach winning the tournament, Coach John Thompson of Georgetown University. The cell phone became a reality in 1973, a Motorola engineer making the first handheld cellular phone call from 6th Avenue, New York City. He called a rival to say Motorola had created a portable, functioning phone. In 1882, Bob Ford killed the American outlaw Jesse James by shooting him in the back. I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
the stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Thursday, April 3rd. As the Georgia legislative session draws to a close, Democratic lawmakers staged a walkout yesterday during debate over a bill that would ban gender-affirming care for transgender prison inmates. Republicans have also introduced legislation that would ban trans athletes from girls' sports. The legislative session ends this week. Republican State Senator Brian Strickland is the first candidate to file paperwork for a campaign to become Georgia's next Attorney General in 2026. Current AG Chris Carter announced he is running for governor next year in December. The Braves have acquired more land near the Battery. Pennant Park, a 34-acre office complex, expands the Braves' footprint and adds an additional 2,700 parking spots. The Braves return tomorrow for their home opener against the Marlins. Today's weather, partly cloudy, starting in the high 60s. We could see record-high temperatures this afternoon in the mid-80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Sant Law Group. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com. We have seen lawfare and the way it works. Later in the show, we'll get to some of the second phase of the lawfare, as Ted Cruz put it, and he did it so well. It was really eye-opening to me, and I think it will be to you as well. But the game, we know what the game is. It was to get illegals in here to vote. And now, Los, there's a new lawsuit against Trump and the administration about those very illegals not being able to vote.
They're making it very clear. The DNC, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, all party to a lawsuit going after Trump. And when it came to one of his EOs, that his executive order was on how only natural American citizens should be allowed to vote. Well, once that occurred, you saw the left go, we'll never win another election. We have to rise up and make sure that this never occurs. Now, remember, these are the same people that spent 4 years during the Biden administration telling you these illegals aren't voting.
But isn't that
it's
the
totally
game?
Fine.
Isn't that the way it always works, though? They say first they start with, that's not happening. And then when it finally comes out that it is happening, well, it is happening, but only once in a while. And then finally it gets to the point where they really want to be, yes, it's happening, and there's nothing you can do about it. That seems to be the natural progress of every issue on the Democrat Party.
Yes. When you finally get to the realization that what is being alleged is actually happening, then it turns into, well, tough.
Yeah. Sorry about your luck. We're going to do that. And that's what we plan to do. And we're going to sue you to make sure.
Yeah. They're trying to ensure that they're able to deny an executive order that only made the point that American citizens should be voting. We talk about what's going to happen when you start to have voter ID laws, and how Kamala Harris, the only state she won, were those that did not have voter ID laws. That's strange. That seems to be quite a coinkydink. This is the hill they will die on. Like, they're going to make sure that they will call it every name in the book so that they can still maintain that they have illegals voting for them and they have mail-in ballots in all the games they play, because they can't win otherwise.
And they'll call it every ist and ism.
It's racism. Yeah. It's sexism.
It's racist and sexist. Any ism and is that they can put on the end of the word. That's what it is. And we played Elie Mystal earlier in, was it the last hour? He's on, well-educated man, obviously, but he was on.
He better enjoy his feet while he can.
No kidding. Boy, howdy. But he talked about how he was mad that they're deporting these illegals to El Salvador.
They're being tortured. El Salvador prisons are just known for stack them and pack them.
Yeah, they're right. I don't know that they're being tortured, but these are rapists, murderers, and heinous criminals. So I sorry I don't share your same concern, because they don't share the same concern for human life. They don't value it the way that we do in the United States. So, yes, I want them out of here. Elie Mystal is like, no, they need to turn the plane around. They need to bring those people back. They need their day in court. No, they don't.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
They're not American citizens.
But
they've overstayed their welcome and they've committed crimes. They actually came across the border as crime committers.
The problem, though, is with Elie Mystal, he's a talking head, right? Whatever. He says something, doesn't matter.
He's going to lose a foot and then he's going to be really upset.
It's because he's overweight.
He's not going to talk quite as much.
He's overweight.
He'll be like, my foot. Diabetes got it.
That's right. There's a list of people that could be in danger of diabetes.
Her and Stacey Abrams will be comparing wounds. They'll be like, "Oh, how'd you lose your foot, Ellie?"
Diabetes.
And she'll say, "Yeah, me too.
Me too. We're kindred spirits. We have a lot in common."
And then they'll blame it all on Trump being racist, and that's how they got so fat.
That's right. Well, that's which is out there today.
Trump's racism is why I got so fat.
There is. If you search social media, you'll find that story. There are people that are alleging that Trump's so racist. That's the reason that they gained weight.
The reason why I'm double fisting Coca-Colas and cheeseburgers is because I have to calm myself down of dealing with Trump racism.
Yes. As ridiculous as that sounds, people are alleging that. But back to Elie Mystal real quick, because he's a talking head. The things he says, some people are going to agree with, some people are going to disagree with, whatever. But it means nothing. The part that gets scary is when Chuck Schumer says it and Jamie Raskin says it. And people that are in politics, that are in the federal government, that are pushing for this, Los, to turn the plane around, bring the criminals back to America. Who says that?
So strange.
No one in their right mind says that. And not one American I could find.
Reload them up and send them back here.
Please, we need them back here. And let's make sure that they get treated fairly. What? They killed somebody. Doesn't matter. Let's make sure they get treated. I don't care. Dude, get them out of here and keep them out of here. It's bothersome, though. It's bothersome when anybody says turn the plane around, including a judge. But it's more bothersome when people in the government, like the judge and like the legislators, say it, because they want to use that as a means of votes. Where we started, they require it.
All right, so hopefully I can steer you in the right direction here, Tug, because I want to kind of do an exercise here.
Oh, wow.
So why does Tug, when he comes to work, why does he not drive 100 miles an hour on 400?
Oh, that's easy. Speed limit's 55, 65 if you get halfway down.
Okay, so you're acknowledging that that's the reason why you won't do this.
Well, yeah, they'll cut me a ticket.
Why that when every single time the first of the month rolls around, why does Tug and Mrs. Tug send their money into the people that finance their home?
Well, because they'll take it away from me if I don't.
Okay.
The bank will foreclose.
So you're acknowledging that there are rules and there are laws.
Oh, yeah.
And that you live by them.
Well, if you'd live in anarchy otherwise. I mean, if there's no civilized society without recognizing the laws.
All right. So what happens when one political party is more than willing to bring in 20 million people illegally, and when you try and get rid of them, they say, well, the law doesn't allow it.
But they broke the law to get here to begin with.
At a certain point, and here's where we're going to have to get used to this, and it feels contrarian to how you live your life. The way you drive down 400, the way you pay your bills, we have to ignore the law. We do.
You're talking about with the illegals.
We're at this point when it comes to these people. And every single time they try and put up a roadblock of, you can't do this to these people. You can't send them to El Salvador. The hell I can't. You're lucky I don't send them to Antarctica. All right, like you have to do something when you are looking at what has gone on with 20 million people that are now in your country. And guess what? When they're back in power, the next time around, they'll bring in 20 million more.
Oh, yeah, they definitely will. There's no doubt about that.
They will end your country in this way. You have to make it a point that when they try and use, we talked about how they use your religion against you.
All the time.
When they try and use your dependence and your adherence to the Constitution against you, you have to basically throw it back in their face and just say, it does not apply to these people. We'll see you later.
But the thing is, that's not ignoring the law. They came here illegal. They've already broken the law.
Look what's going on. You've had activist judges who have stepped in.
Oh, yeah.
And the Trump administration goes, well, all right, we'll change how we're handling it, because they're acknowledging that the law has ruled in a certain way, even though it is not in our best interest. What I'm telling you is you have to throw the law out the window. You have to get dirty. I mean, like we have at the time during the Civil War, when Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus, everyone's like, oh my God, you can't do that. That's the end of the republic. All right. That was pretty shocking. Bear in mind, these are the directions we have to go. because your country is teetering on the brink. If they ever win again, and obviously what they did in Wisconsin, they're not dead. They're changing. They're going more communist crazy.
They are that.
You have to make it a point to say what we have on our books, what laws you adhere to, the way you drive on 400, the way you pay your bills every single month. You have to basically say, I'm throwing this stuff out the window. Then that's hard for people to get used to.
It's hard to wrap your head around, for sure. But I would contend that even using the law, they've already broken it to get here. They got to go. It's as simple as that.
Well, it's funny. It's not funny, just as you pointed it out. They broke the law to get here, but yet the Democrats want to use the law to keep them here.
Which makes no sense. And that's where you're coming from, and I'm with you. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Throw the law out the window, and you're like, oh my God, you can't possibly do that. That is the direction we're now in. If you want to win this thing, this is what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to take the gloves off.
And another law that they continue to break, and I was told by my Aunt Peg, and I was told by the Democrats, no, these illegals, they're not getting Social Security benefits. They're not getting Social Security numbers. I had my Aunt Peg sitting at the table. We had gone over to Charleston as a family, and she's there with us, and I had to excuse myself from the table because I was like, you've got to be kidding me. You can't be this dumb. I love you. You can't be this dumb. She argued, well, how in the world would they get benefits? She calls me Jerry. She doesn't call me Tug.
Jerry.
How are they going to get benefits? They don't have a Social Security card. They don't have a Social Security number. How are they getting benefits? You're saying they're getting benefits. Yes, ma'am, I am.
Because they're assigned a Social Security number.
And it wasn't just 2.5 million that we had discovered a couple days ago. Now we're all the way up to 5 million.
That's a jaw-dropping number. Where did all those people come from?
Well, it made my jaw drop too when I saw it. We were in Social Security looking for fraud, waste, and abuse, and there were just about 5+ million of them that came to the country as illegals, were giving various forms of parole or allowed in the country, and they got through an automatic system, Social Security numbers, so they get into our benefit systems. And we tracked that through and found that they were on the benefit programs. Just because we were curious, we then looked to see if they were on the voter rolls. And we found in a handful of cooperative states that there were thousands of them on the voter rolls and that many of them had voted.
5 million of them got Social Security numbers and cards, were able to vote, were able to collect the payments that my dear Aunt Peg had told me that could not exist, that couldn't happen. Now we know 5 million, at least 5 million. That's what they found so far. You just heard from Antonio Gracias, who's working with Elon Musk to root out the fraud, waste, and abuse specifically in Social Security, because that's where their focus is now. So everything that they told you wouldn't happen, couldn't happen, has been happening.
There's going to be something we're going to find out over the next several weeks, and I'm not going to venture a guess, but it will be along these lines, and we'll suddenly go, really? That's what the government was doing to us? The reason why
Dude, how many times have you already said that?
It's been a regular thing. But I think what's going to happen is when we look at how these people were incentivized to come here.
Yeah.
And it's not just about the American dream, because, I mean, that's for everybody else. They were incentivized to be here because they were told, if you come here, we'll put you in sanctuary cities, and then we'll pay you to stay here.
And pay you to vote for us.
You don't even have to work.
That's right.
We'll put you in a 4-star hotel, and we'll pay you to stay here.
The Roosevelt, we will pack you in. We'll pay the federal government will use tax dollars to pay $200 a night in a 5-star hotel. And then Roosevelt's just one. There were several. And we're going to give you everything that you want. Your health care is going to be taken care of. Your food is going to be taken care of. You're going to get a check. You're going to get all kinds of services. Now, it's going to bankrupt the cities. Yes, of course. But we don't care about that. Because we'll just print more money. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. It'll be good.
We do it all the time.
We'll just raid FEMA.
Yeah. What do you think?
That's what we did in the past.
That's right.
No money for North Carolina or for California or for Hawaii because FEMA is busy paying for illegals.
I was told that I was crazy for thinking that, too. I was told by liberal friends that I was nuts for thinking that was happening. And the people in North Carolina were being taken care of well. And they even cited a friend. I have a friend up there. They said it's perfect.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like a straw man argument, if I've ever heard one. But let's say one person in Asheville, North Carolina, in a part of the state that was the most how would you say it? The most
just
built up,
devastated.
Built up because Asheville. When you get out in rural Western, it's very rural.
Right.
The roads aren't great. Some of them are dirt roads.
Yep.
In Asheville, everything's built up. It's a very metropolitan type city.
Yeah, it's a cool place.
Did somebody there have a decent experience? Okay, I'll yield you that. But the majority of people in North Carolina did not. And they told me I was crazy for thinking that the money was being spent somewhere else, that FEMA had plenty of cash. And then we learn, and they learned too, of course they never admitted it, that was not the case, that FEMA had squandered the money.
One of the things I have been surprised about is the media's, and it's by design, but their lack of curiosity when it comes to, hey, take me to Hawaii, take me to California, take me to North Carolina, show me what's actually going on there. And that'll get you more frustrated with your government when you're like, how are these people still on the outs and having to wait on this stuff?
Because these are Americans. These are your countrymen that are being left out. That are being left behind. That are being given no assistance while they bring in new voters and give them everything. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And yet completely believable at the exact same time. When we continue on Extra 106.3, when the Department of Education protest blows up in the protesters' faces because the secretary of the DOE comes out and says, well, wait, hang on. Let's talk about this. Next on the Morning Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, April 3rd. The Braves are now 0-7 as they are the only winless team in Major League Baseball after the Dodgers walked off last night, beating the Braves 6-5. The final today is an off day for the team. The Braves will open up their home schedule beginning tomorrow night as the Braves will host the Miami Marlins. The Atlanta Hawks, they dropped the second game of a back-to-back. They lost in Dallas last night, 120-118. The Hawks are back in action Saturday night against the New York Knicks. And the United States will host the upcoming Women's World Cup. That game set for 2031. The UK has been awarded the event for 2035. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
There are crazies on the road. Who knows where they're all going, but if one of them hits you, don't take care of it on your own. Call my friend David Van Sant. He is the lawyer that used to work for the insurance company. The team at Van Sant Law knows who to call, what to say, and will make sure you get what you deserve and what the insurance company doesn't want to pay for. They have your best interest at heart and will take care of everything. If you don't get paid, they don't get paid. My advice, save Van Sant Law in your phone. Today, 855-GA-INJURY, vansantlaw.com.
Atlanta Braves fans, May is Military Appreciation Month and a great time to show your patriotism by purchasing a VIP table at The Warrior Alliance 4th Annual Veteran Impact Awards and Gala. The event will be held on Thursday, May 22nd at the Coca-Cola Roxy Theater at the Battery Atlanta and features dining, live entertainment, and Georgia-based veterans being honored for the significant contributions they are making in our communities. Purchase your VIP table today or make a donation at thewarrioralliance.org.
This is Tom with the Honest Car Guy.
Hey, what's with all this honesty stuff?
We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly.
How honestly?
We guarantee that each vehicle we sell will come with a bill of sale showing what we paid for the vehicle. You'll pay what we pay, plus our disclosed fee guaranteed.
No gimmicks or tricks?
Nope.
Man, this sounds like a new way to buy a car.
Get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit honestcarguy.com.
We all know that life can be unpredictable. The moment you're planning that family trip and then the next somebody is sick. And that's why I want to talk to you about the Jace case, your ultimate safety net when emergencies strike. The Jace case isn't just that mess of medications behind the mirror up in the cabinet. It's an organized doctor-prescribed case of life-saving tools paired with a set of cards explaining exactly how and when to use these medications. The case is peace of mind in a time of uncertainty. Imagine having your essential prescriptions right at your fingertips, ready to go when you need them most. Whether it's a sudden allergy flare-up or a common cold, you won't have to scramble to find the help you need. It's about taking charge of your health and being prepared no matter what life throws at you. When you order your Jace case today, use the promo code BECK at jace.com for a discount. Don't wait for the unexpected to catch you off guard. Be ready with the right medications on hand the moment you need them. At jase.com, jace.com, promo code BECK.
Hear that? That's the sound of the annual Duck Cluck event supporting Special Olympics Georgia. For just $10, you can adopt a rubber duck or grab a whole flock. Every dollar helps provide meals and housing for over 18,000 Special Olympics Georgia athletes. And if your duck is plucked, you can win some great prizes. Adopt your duck now at duckrace.com/Atlanta.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services. But you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made, premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. atlturfco.com.
How do you jumpstart your day? With a Morning Extra on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
I don't know why it takes something catastrophic for the Democrats and those establishment Republicans. I don't know why it has to be catastrophic for them to finally see what's going on. How about we head it off before it becomes catastrophic?
Keep up with all of our shows and the latest headlines by following Extra 106.3 on Instagram, X, Facebook, Truth Social, and all your social media platforms. Plus exclusive giveaways and more. So follow now at XTRA 106.3.
This is a good point on my part, by the way.
Oh, I didn't. Which one?
As I'm ruining your open to this.
No, you're good.
No, I think Alina Habba, when she walks in a room, she knows I'm the hottest person in here no matter what.
She wears
and that's confidence. A little bit intimidating. That's why when you said Waffle House material, I'm not sure, because Waffle House material in part is that you gotta not so much humble, but you're a little bit more down to earth.
I've heard this a few times. We need to go over this. Bring me into the
about going to Waffle House.
The idea is that if there's someone you find intriguing, it's not just about them being attractive, but if they're intriguing. Like, where do the best conversations happen at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Okay, got it.
Waffle House. So the idea that if you find someone intriguing, it's not sexual in nature, albeit, let's face it, sometimes you're like, oh, she's hot. But it is, there's something intriguing about them that you would want to take them to Waffle House.
And have that 2 a.m. discussion.
Right, and it doesn't matter that it's not like you're looking to score. It's just that whatever you're going to get into is probably going to be pretty interesting.
I don't know what it is this week, but I've seen like 4 Waffle House fight videos going around. I hope she can throw a punch, too.
That's right. Dude, she's a fighter. There's no doubt about that.
My Waffle House, there's no violence at.
Yeah, I've never had any issue at mine either. Right there off exit 10, Georgia 400.
No problems on Town Lake, but...
No, it does happen.
It can go down.
Oh, it can happen.
Exit 14, we're all friendly.
Yeah.
In fact, I think we have 3 Waffle Houses in a 2-mile radius. So we're well taken care of.
Dude, I just noticed a Waffle House takeout only location off Mansell.
Weird.
I had never even seen it or heard of it.
The one right here off the exit on 75. They are not open 24 hours a day. I think from 10 to 6, takeout only.
Off 7. You're talking about the one here that's right
around the corner, yeah.
The one that's at 285 and...
No, 75 at Windy Hill.
75. Oh, Windy Hill. Got
something wrong with that. I mean, you got to be 24 hours.
That. Yeah, I've never even heard. So I guess maybe there's just, they're making tweaks.
We love Waffle House on this show. But if you're a Waffle House and you can't walk in there and sit down and have that 2 a.m. conversation, something's wrong.
Yeah, it does seem odd.
It's not an official Waffle House. It's kind of like an off-brand Waffle House. It's like, what,
y'all are
condo. Y'all are fully committed to being Waffle House. If I can walk in there, I can pull on the door and it doesn't open.
Yeah, I didn't know Waffle House even had locks on the doors because they're always open, even on Christmas. Yeah, that's unusual.
That's the cool part about the dedication that my Waffle House friends have.
Oh yeah,
they're there on Christmas.
Yes, they are.
For me,
that's right. Do you ever go on Christmas?
I haven't thought about it, but now that you bring it up, I will.
I don't know why you wouldn't. I want to go on Christmas.
I've been.
On Christmas Day?
It's packed.
Oh, wow, okay.
I single-handedly kept mine open during the pandemic.
Oh, dude, we did too. We were at Waffle House often.
Every single day I was at Waffle House during the pandemic.
That's because those people understood what was happening. Now, people will poke fun and say Waffle House is a bunch of, hillbillies and rednecks. Maybe it is. They didn't fall for the pandemic.
I am one of you.
I am one of you. They didn't fall for it. Downtown Alpharetta didn't fall for it either. Downtown Alpharetta was wide open in 2020.
Well, South Forsyth County said, we're staying open.
That's right.
Come on in.
During the 2 weeks to flatten the curve that turned into like 600 days for, most of the country, obviously Brian Kemp opened the state of Georgia up much sooner. Yeah, the people that I was around did not participate. And I love being able to throw that in there because it'll occasionally come up where they'll be like, the worst of the pandemic, I wasn't able to leave my house. And I was like, really? We left our house every day. We went to work every day. We went out to eat on Friday nights. We didn't change that much. My son, his baseball got canceled and his school got canceled the back half of his freshman year. We went and played travel ball. And there were teams from all over the country. They were like,
y'all are living?
Y'all played baseball?
One of my favorite aspects of that time period.
Yes, we did.
Was my wife and I going to Nashville. This is like spring 2021, right around in there.
Yeah.
And what had happened, we met like all these people who, for the first time, they were like from Michigan, they were from Wisconsin, they were from Ohio, and they were all down in Nashville. And they were amazed. They were like, have y'all been living this way the whole time?
Yes.
Like, yes, we have. Because they'd only recently, after a year, had finally started to venture out of their homes and to actually live a little bit. Like, so you guys have like been getting on these rooftop bars and like listening to live music? I'm like, yes. Well, since when? I don't know, April of 2020?
That's right.
And that is where, that was a red pill moment for some of those people to recognize what had actually gone on in their lives.
We had a very similar experience in summer baseball. We were playing over at the American Legion in Alpharetta, and at Alpharetta High School. So we were playing teams from Michigan, because you brought up Michigan. We were playing teams from Massachusetts. We were playing teams from all over. Chicago, Illinois, they would come down. Ohio would come down. And their comment was always the same. This is awesome. This is terrific. They would die a million deaths. We had to lie to be able to come here. We had to lie to be able to say, we couldn't tell them we were going down south to play baseball. And I don't remember the scenario, but I just remember that being the story they told us. We had to lie to come down here to play. And y'all are out here playing every weekend? Yes, we are.
When we were in Indianapolis, this was during the national championship game between Georgia and Alabama, and every bar was hopping. But here was the thing. It was only hopping with Alabama and Georgia fans.
Yeah.
And the rest of Indianapolis is looking around like, don't you understand that there's a virus out there? We're like, yeah, we're not really too concerned about that.
They did the cover their mouth point.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
And by the way, and not to disparage my friendly Whole Foods, which I'm going to get one near my house here pretty soon.
Where's
over exit 13? We're getting a Whole Foods.
Yep.
Right over there.
I saw the sign up the other day.
Off of Peachtree Parkway.
Yep.
All right. I love me some Whole Foods. I've now determined where the last of the mask wearers are.
Whole Foods.
They're all at Whole Foods.
Yeah.
I just went in there. All I want to do was get myself a little bit of, I got some spinach and some tofu, which I acknowledge, yes, I'm a lady man, and I can't wait to eat it later. But in getting that, if I ever wanted to know where the mask wearers still are, it's Whole Foods.
Yeah, there's lots of them in there. Because that was a liberal bastion for such a long time. Like that was the liberal place to go food shopping.
That was the enlightened place in the shop.
Yes, right. And you would go in, even before the pandemic, I remember going in, and it was very snooty in there. And I was like, these are not my people.
It is.
It's so snooty in there.
I get the hot bar. I'm happy.
Now that has changed a bit. It has. I'm not saying completely, but it's changed a bit. Since anybody can go in and get a discount using Amazon Prime because there's so many people that are Prime members, and you go in there and you get there. So there are some regular people that creep in, but it's still majority mask wearers. There's still majority of the crazies.
I got myself some hot bar yesterday. I was happy, and I had to dodge around the mask wearers. In fact, as I go over to get a fork. There's this one woman who's wearing a mask. And I looked right at her because she kind of, was like, she wanted to grab a fork at the same time I was. And I
was afraid that your hands might touch.
And I went, boo!
No, you did not.
Yes, I did. Just a little bit. Just in my mind, I was like, boo! I just can't help myself on these things.
Well, that's understandable. It really is, because they're crazy.
I'm like, I'm patient zero, baby.
When we come back, Trump's tariffs and the investment you and me and America are getting. Next on Xtra 106.3 after Neil Bortz report the Fox News Update.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Well, I hope you haven't come here looking for typical Bortz brilliance on the issue of tariffs and President Trump's latest moves. It's barely been 15 hours since he announced those tariffs, and I slept through 9 of those, so give me some time. Here are some surface thoughts, however. Unlike Barack Obama, unlike Joe Biden, unlike Kamala Harris, Donald Trump is a businessman. They aren't. They weren't. Calvin Coolidge, y'all remember him, was talking to the, Society of American Newspaper Editors, Washington, January 1925. That was before even I was born. And he said, after all, the chief business of the American people is business. They are profoundly concerned with producing, buying, selling, investing, and prospering in the world. Well, Calvin Coolidge wasn't a businessman either. He was a lawyer. But if the business of America is business, maybe we ought to give Donald Trump a little credit for knowing more about that than some of the people who are criticizing him for his tariffs moves. What about these charts he's been throwing around? Is Switzerland really charging 61% tariffs against American products? Just how was that calculated? And Canada, are they really charging a 175% tariff on butter from the United States? And 263% on chicken? Not known. I guess we'll find out. One thing does stand out, though. Foreign government officials are howling. What do they say? The stuck pig always howls the loudest. Probably isn't going to take us that much time to find out. Neil Bortz, Xtra 106.3.
If you're the decision maker at your company, we have great news for you, for your HR department, and for your employees. A new and future-forward way to do health benefits is here from Thatch. Not only do your employees get better health benefits with Thatch, but you save an average of $1,620 per employee per year. That's right. You can save over $1,600 per employee per year. Plus, Thatch reduces the time your HR department spends administering benefits. Businesses all over the country love Thatch's breakthrough approach. Rather than a wasteful one-size-fits-all plan, Thatch empowers your employees by letting them customize their own benefits plans. And you save money and time while providing your employees with better health benefits, which works better for everyone. Book a demo with Thatch and we'll send you a $100 gift card. Visit thatch.ai/radio to book a demo for your gift card. That's THATCH.ai/radio. Thatch.ai/radio.
Hey, this is Tom from The Honest Car Guy. We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly. We guarantee each vehicle we sell will come with a copy of the bill of sale showing what we paid for it. You pay what we pay, plus a disclosed fee. Guaranteed. Honesty is the best policy, and we guarantee it. Finally, a pre-owned car and truck buying process that you can trust.
Get an honest car buy from The Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit honestcarguy.com.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
China calls it bullying. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. As leaders around the world worry about new American tariffs.
Let's be clear-eyed about the immense consequences. The global economy will massively suffer.
European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says they are among those readying retaliation, and it's not going over well on Wall Street. A stock market plunge is brewing. Dow futures falling about 1,200 points ahead of next hour's opening bell. But President Trump insists this will be remembered as
the day that we began to make America wealthy again.
Insisting his reciprocal tariffs on countries that charge for American exports will bring in money and bring manufacturing back.
The president announced that baseline 10% tariff on all U.S. imports effective April 5th. And then nations that the president considers to be bad actors are facing additional duties. China, for instance, gets a total of 54%, Vietnam 46%, 32% for Taiwan, 24% for Japan, and the EU was hit with 20%. The baseline 10 goes into effect on Friday, while about 60 countries facing those higher reciprocal tariffs will see those rates go into effect April 9th.
Well, that's Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House. About 15 million Americans under a tornado watch as a storm system keeps moving through like yesterday. 2 people were killed in Tennessee, another in Missouri, with damage in other states too. From Indiana to Kentucky, where Fox Weather's Robert Ray is.
All of these supercells creating havoc one after another as the tornado sirens rang here in Paducah and so many communities. A very scary situation. And just to think, we are nowhere out of the woods at this point. Tornado watches, at least here in Paducah, until midnight tonight and across multiple states. Nashville taking it this morning before the sun even comes up.
Some areas could get over a foot of rain, leading to widespread flash flood concerns. And they keep finding more bodies in Burma. The number of earthquake deaths now tops 3,000. America's listening to Fox News.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Only 2 things in life are certain: death and taxes. How about one more? Switch from Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile to cut your bill in half with Pure Talk. For just $25 a month, get unlimited talk, text, and 5 gigs of data on America's most dependable 5G network. Switching is easy. Dial pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk to make the switch, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Pure Talk. Wireless by Americans for Americans.
Wake up with the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 Atlanta.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. Great conservative content throughout the day. When we're done at 10, Glenn Beck from 10 until noon. Clay and Buck, noon to 3 until 6. Yeah, Glenn. 3 until 6, the Kimmer Show. Kimmer is on vacation this week. So we had some calls, some emails yesterday.
Jimmy Fallon has been.
Yeah, Fallon's great.
Spot. Yeah,
Fallon's so great. He's so funny. At least the shows feel similar.
Yes, they both move.
Yeah, they do. So
that's the whole thing. As much as we do give Kimmer a hard time about, just having bullets for love and everything else like that, his show moves. That's why I enjoy it.
It
like
is.
I said, it's just it's a hurricane of information.
That's exactly right. And fun and
so
pop culture.
Somebody tell Kimmer that I gave him that compliment so he doesn't shoot me when he blows up.
Well, when he decides to shoot everyone.
He'd be like, I like him.
Yeah, I like the smart one.
I ain't going to give him a bullet.
He's right. Bullet for love.
Bullets for love.
Yes, that's exactly right. So anyway, that's where Kimmer is this week. He is on vacation.
How does Kimmer vacation?
I don't know. That's a great question.
I'm very curious about that.
I wonder if he goes to Florida to see his daughters.
Yeah,
I'm guessing
he goes see family? Is that like his vacation?
I feel like Jeray's got something. He's
probably cruising around on his chopper because for his birthday, a bunch of listeners and friends, they organized and repaired his old school chopper. I don't think he's been able to ride it for the last 10 years.
I think it was 7 years, and that got around. Now, here was the trick of all this, because we were all involved in trying to pass this thing around for 3 months. But we weren't allowed to put it out on air. It was a matter of we have to keep it quiet from Kimmer to tie it into his birthday.
Because he does listen. He's probably streaming right now wherever he is.
He is always. There's never a moment in our morning show that if you ask Kimmer about it, that he won't know what we're talking about or have a response to it.
I mean, I checked the link.
I'll probably get a text in a second.
A multitude of times I'm like, okay, how much closer are we? Because it started off okay, here's $800. And then it was slowly growing. But again, because it was a surprise, it wasn't like I could put it on like my Facebook page and say, here, like that was
all word of mouth.
That was expressly the way it was put, was that we have to keep it quiet from Kimmer to rebuild that chopper so that he could get out there and ride it.
I've got to call back. There was a very sweet lady.
How does he vacation, though?
I don't know the answer, man. I would love to know. So, Kim, if you are listening, let us know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And how you're vacationing.
Tell me you're riding that hog next to like a beach somewhere. Like that would be really cool.
Miss Deborah Murphy called, left a voicemail.
Oh, hey, Deborah.
And she was concerned about where her Kimmer show is. So, Deborah, if you're listening, he's just on vacation. I'm going to try to call her after the show today. Not try. I will call her after the show today.
Why don't we just call her in the next segment?
Okay. To ease her troubled mind.
Say, Deborah, just want to let you know, Kimmer will be back next week. He's just vacationing.
It's just fine. But it's crazy how anytime he takes a vacation, the phone calls, the emails, the social media messages come in like tidal.
Well, he's been wrong so many times by management over the years.
Tell me they didn't make the mistake again.
It's like, not us.
No.
We're treating Kimmer right.
That's right.
Other
And
people
boards too.
Other people did not appreciate Kimmer in the way that we do.
Got that great promo. Somebody called in and they said, I thought you had died. He said, no, I was just in Alpharetta.
That's right.
I thought you might be gone. No, it's just an Alpharetta.
Yeah. So Kimmer will be back next Monday. And Flounder did not take vacation, interestingly enough.
He's been here.
Floating around. He's been working his tail off behind the scenes. Always appreciate what he does.
He just got married, so you got the hustle going.
Dude, I tell you, and he...
and by the way,
he'll be fine with
and his wife is so super cool.
So sweet.
Like I'm
such a pretty lady.
Such impressed with them
yes,
too.
Me too. But it's so funny to see them, because they're posting the stuff that they do together, and they look like a couple. They look like a married couple. It's great. And Flounder's never been. I've never seen him on social media posting about things that he's done before.
Doing that guy thing.
Yeah.
Like it's one thing if I'm doing it, because I've been reeled into it, and I've got a wife and 2 daughters, and so there's just things that I have to do, and that's how it's going to be. Flounder is like the direct opposite. Like Flounder to me is like the renegade.
Yeah.
But now that he's having to do these things, I'm like, oh, look, he's just like the rest of us.
He's getting told what to do like everybody else.
Told what to do like everybody else. And in order to appreciate that woman of his, he's going along with it.
Yes. Holy cow. But they seem like they're so happy, and they seem like everything's going so well. And I'm so happy for them and proud for them. And
maybe he knows where Kimmer is.
Oh, I bet he does. There's no doubt in my mind he knows where Kimmer is.
I just want to know what he's doing for vacation. I'm intrigued.
In Daytona, and let's say he went to Daytona, because I said Florida, and I think his daughters, I don't know where in Florida, but I feel like somewhere in that area.
Go see his daughters, go see the family.
But you can ride your chopper on the beach in Daytona.
Yeah, you can.
Kick up the sand on people.
We would always head out to, and this was when my wife's great-grandfather had owned property there, and basically it was at Flagler Beach. And that area, first off, I had not only the most incredible vacation and food, but also the worst vacation I've ever had.
Well, hold up. Say that again?
I've had not only the most incredible food and vacation, I've also had the worst vacation ever at Flagler Beach.
Wow.
So one year we showed up over at the grandfather's condo.
Okay.
And we walked in.
Look this up.
And the first thing I smelled, I was like, that smells like lots of weed. Tremendous amounts of weed.
Turns out it was.
What it turned out was it was a dad who had rented the condo for 2 or 3 months for his son. It was like a graduation gift. And that dude ragged it out. In fact, we found, because the rental management, the cleaning company, they only go so far. It's not like they're checking underneath stuff. We found boxes of fast food underneath the bed.
What?
Like the dude was just smoking weed, stoned. At one point, we found blood in the corner where he broke one of his pipes, and I guess stepped on it at some point.
Oh my Lord!
All sorts of blood in the corner. And so by the time I'm like, this is really gross.
And the management company even cleaned it up.
This was a complaint of ours. By the time I'm like, okay, this is terrible. I can't wait to get out of here. On the last day before we're going to get out of town, and like I said, we've stayed there before, but I've had it. I'm like, this is too gross for me. It's too creepy. It's messing with me.
Yeah.
We're walking down the beach, and we see a bunch of cop cars. And I've got at the time, my 14-year-old, she's probably 18 months. We're walking down the beach with her.
Very young, yep.
My father-in-law, who was 500 yards ahead of us, turns around. He's coming back down the beach, and he's like, y'all need to turn around. I'm like, why? It's like, because a dude up there just shot himself.
Oh, my God.
There was an attorney who pulled his car up to the beach, walked out on the sand, and shot himself in the head. And my father-in-law had walked up on it like seconds before it happened.
Oh, my goodness.
He's the one who like turned him over, and because the man served in different places.
God.
He's like, ain't no coming back from this one. So he's the one who turned around and came walking down the beach and was like, yeah, you'll just need to turn around. Like there's a bit of craziness that's going on down there. So
I'm sure not every vacation to Flagler was like that.
No. In fact, every other Flagler Beach vacation was awesome.
Just that one.
Like when we went to High Tides, look up, if you know High Tides, it's a great place to eat. Love going over to High Tides. Have not been to Flagler Beach since we had the bong incident with the smell in the room, and then the guy who shot himself on the beach.
Oh, my Lord. High Tides looks amazing.
It's awesome there.
What a cool place. It's teal and
so
red.
So cool. Right on the water.
Yeah.
The best seafood as far as in Flagler Beach.
Good vibes at High Tides. Man, that looks like my kind of joint.
You know who else went to Flagler College?
Who's that?
It's our Colin Weed.
Oh, yeah, Colin Weed. Yeah, he was there.
Yeah, so he did that whole thing.
The crazy thing is that my son really wanted to go to Flagler.
Yeah.
Before he ended up committing to Charleston and then now transferred over to USC Sumter. He was really interested in Flagler, and I think would still be interested in Flagler. You know, when he's done with his JUCO, you know, what happens next? Does he go back to Charleston? Where does he end up? I mean, we don't know. But yeah, Flagler College is beautiful.
Yeah, it's a really nice area.
Very Spanish-influenced buildings.
Yep.
It's beautiful down there. Just got to stay away from whatever that place is that you're talking about.
Well, go to High Tides and just make sure that you don't run into any attorneys that decide to shoot themselves on the beach.
Seems like it would be a difficult thing to navigate if you do run up on that. Gross. Morning Xtra and Extra 106.3. If you have good stories about Flagler, feel free to call them in, or if you can echo what Los has experienced.
Or if you can tell me where Kimmer is. And what he's doing.
If you can tell us if Kimmer's in Flagler. 404-741-1230. Anything you want to bring to the show, you're always welcome. 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT. CentralHeat.com is the website. Tariffs, that's the discussion today. And we've even seen people in our building talking about how the market's selling off, and it's a frightening time.
Volatility is the word of the day.
Yes, exactly. I don't feel volatile. I don't feel nervous. I feel like we are making a proper decision. And Donald Trump, I think he put it the best. I think he put it in a way that you'll understand, I understand. And then that is just companies investing in America, and there are a lot of them. If you want to know about it, let Donald Trump explain it to you.
Here are just a short list of some of the companies that have already announced and committed to investment. Apple is going to spend $500 billion. SoftBank, OpenAI, and Oracle, great companies, are investing $500 billion almost immediately. NVIDIA, a hot company, is investing hundreds of billions of dollars. They just announced. TSMC is investing $200 billion, and they said the reason was, number one, the election of November 5th, and number two, the tariffs. Johnson & Johnson, great company, $55 billion. Eli Lilly, $27 billion. Meta is investing $500 billion. DeMac is investing $20 billion. CMA, CGM, $20 billion. And then you have Merck and Clarios, Stellantis, General Motors, GE Aerospace, Honda, Nissan, Hyundai are all putting in billions and billions of dollars, and they're committed 100%.
Hang on, which one was it again?
Hyundai.
That's so funny. That's exactly the way my late father used to say it. This is what Daddy used to say. Hyundai. He'd be like, I'm going to get me one of them Hyundais.
It might actually be the correct pronunciation of
maybe, but it was
Hyundai.
It sounds hillbilly. And when Trump says, can you isolate that? Because I just want to hear it when you get a minute. But I was writing down. I was trying to write down the list. I mean, you talk about big companies. These are not measly little companies.
No. They're all name brand.
Apple, SoftBank, Oracle, NVIDIA, Hyundai.
Hyundai.
That sounds like something you'd say in a karate movie.
Hyundai.
J&J, Eli Lilly, Meta, and he went on and on. But TSMC, I had to look up. That's the Taiwanese semiconductor company. that is going to invest in semiconductors. Obviously, a huge deal with the AI revolution and everything that is, everything from aircraft, military aircraft and otherwise, to just everyday business. Those semiconductors are imperative. All of those companies are investing in America. And that is the basis of Donald Trump saying we're going to rebuild the greatness of America from inside out. We're going to set the stage for America. This is going to be, what does he call it? The golden age of America. And I want to see it, and I believe in it.
When we remove regulation and we create a tax environment that is advantageous for businesses from around the world flock here. And I've told you why in the past. The reason why is we have the most educated workforce in mass in the entire world. As much as we can look at our math and science scores and go, well, those aren't good. But we have a majority of Americans that have a high school diploma, which automatically puts them in a place where you're not going to find that level of education in any of these other markets around the world. Or there's restrictions on trying to get into them. So you build in America because it's cheap to get good quality labor and then be able to sell into the marketplace. This is all good information of what's going on for this country.
And when you bring up regulations, I want to point out, to kind of illustrate that point, California, we would almost call a socialist nation in and of itself. Look at the regulation issues that they're having with rebuilding the homes in Southern California that were destroyed and devastated by fire. You even have Democrats that are going, we are running up against regulations where we can't even build on our own property. And I forget who it was. It was an animator, and y'all help me if you can. He had a really cool tree house in his yard, and regulations are making him tear it down. So regulation, for no reason other than just the regulations are something that they can use to keep you under their thumb in California.
Well, Bill Maher brought it up when he talked about how it took him 3 years to put the solar panels he wanted on his roof. And he had to get not just one, but 2 inspectors. It's like, how, when I'm trying to do something that is considered energy efficient,
which is a marketing scheme,
why did it take me 3 years and 2 different people have to sign off on it? It's like, shouldn't it just be here's what I'm doing, and I have an understanding between me and the federal government that if I can prove that I added this to my home, then I get a tax break?
And look at the list of companies that are going to build in America that we just went through. Trump played it for you. Hyundai.
Hyundai. I hope that at some point Jerry comes in this room and he gives you a little Hyundai.
Yeah, me too. I'm afraid, man. It sounds painful.
He goes, Hyundai.
Look out, man. Yeah, that's right. But look at those companies, because of the situation that Trump is building and putting these companies in, giving them the opportunity to invest in you and me and America. And then the flip side of that, California, where you can't even build your own house back after it burns down.
No,
because
not without
of regulation.
Lots of regulations, lots of red tape.
But and think about this, Los. Think about all the companies that are leaving California and the people that are leaving California because of all that regulation and that environment where they can't operate a business or even operate their home to get it rebuilt. California losing, they subscribe to regulations and pretty much socialism. And then what Trump is building in the list that he has provided that want to invest in America.
I can just tell you, when we had our situation in Florida after Hurricane Michael, there was only one time where we had a regulation that came from the county, came from the city. And it was, we had open cell foam underneath all the houses. That's basically where they spray. And when it's open cell, it's really easy for it to have mold growth. If you have salt water that ends up washing up on your house, and let's say 6 feet of salt water. And so you were required by the county, by the city, to remove all of your open cell foam and to spray closed cell foam. So
this is a very common type of insulation foam.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
All right. Down the street, as we got into Mexico Beach, and that area had different types of, what I would tell you is it was far more Democrats running that small area. The amount of regulations that they had on rebuilding of homes, for instance, if you wanted to bring your trailer, they wouldn't allow you to have your trailer on site. You're like, wait a minute, I own this property. What do you mean I can't have my trailer on site? Can't allow it. What if I want to stay in a tent on my property? Nope, not allowed. What if I bring in a work crew?
So you need a camper trailer.
Yeah.
Okay.
What if I bring in a work crew? Can I have them stay on property? Nope, you cannot. There were so many regulations that it took, I would say, 3 to 4 years longer to rebuild than what it was down the street when the only thing was get rid of your foam because we're worried about mold growth and it getting people sick.
Goodness. That's the reason these tariffs are important, and resetting America is important. Resetting the global economy is important to America. Are there going to be hiccups? Yes. Are there going to be bumps and bruises? Yes. Be ready for them. But it can't be worse than the last 4 years of expensive living that we've experienced. It can't.
Hyundai.
Because Hyundai is going to help us. They're
Zoom tight.
That's right. Can I get you a napkin, sir?
Hyundai.
God bless you.
It's called karate, man.
That's right. When we continue on
There's
Extra.
only two types of people know it's Chinese and the Kang.
That's right.
Hyundai.
Ted Cruz lays out the next phase of lawfare against Trump. You'll recognize it too when we tell you about it and let you hear him in his own words next on Extra 1063, 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home. Tara tweets about a man suffering from persistent genital arousal disorder. Here are some of the thoughtful and compassionate responses. Put him in a room with the ladies from The View. That'll cure it. All kidding aside, that must be hard. Let's see. It's hard, but he's beating it.
No, wait a minute. The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Good morning. It's Front Office Los. Let's talk about True Prep, where when it comes to personal security, they have all the equipment you need. Or maybe you just want to add some skills to your bag of fun skills. Well, that's one of the things that True Prep is able to do for you. They routinely have classes on trying to prepare for the sort of events that can change your life. I've talked about it before. Went through that storm over in Florida. I saw what craziness can occur. I made it a point for me. I keep food storage. I'm not ashamed to say it. That's what I do. I keep food on hand because you never know when we're going to get another snowmageddon. Yeah, I know we're getting into spring, but I plan on this sort of stuff. And as I'm moving, you want to talk about feeling really good about seeing what's in my basement? I go, oh, look, there's all my food prep. So if anything crazy happens, I can feed my family for several months and we're going to be okay. That is what True Prep can also help you out with when you go and see them over on Car Parkway. They're your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness. They also have that firearms and the equipment to help protect you and your family. They're locally owned and they're locally operated. When you enter into that building, they'll be able to help you. Maybe you're just a camping enthusiast. Maybe you're not like me, okay? Like I prep. All right, maybe you just want to be able to get out there into the world and have a good time. They've got all the equipment that will allow you to be able to do that. You can visit their store in Marietta on Cobb Parkway or go online, truprep.com. That's truprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow at True Prep.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now, I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPs, etc.
Hey homeowners, it's Flounder, and I'm here to keep you warm. Well, I won't, but my friends at Dobbs Heating and Air will. As a new homeowner myself, I prefer working with local, family-owned companies who value what matters to me and treats my home like it's their own. The Dobbs family have a passion for what they do, and taking care of people is their primary goal. So if your home needs help staying warm right now, call Dobbs Heating and Air and experience the Dobbs difference. And check them out online at dobbshvac.com.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Are home repairs piling up? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Relax. We've got you covered. From drywall dings and leaky faucets to deck repairs and trim replacement, we're your one-stop shop for everything for your home needs. No more juggling multiple contractors. Just call us at the Trusted Toolbox and we'll handle it. Your home deserves the best, and we don't want you breaking your back trying. Call the Trusted Toolbox today at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. The Trusted Toolbox, your one-stop shop for home repairs and more.
Stovall & Company is a locally owned and operated family business that has been around for 75 years, offering quality wholesale landscape supplies to North Georgia. We just opened our 11th location in Canton, Georgia at 9500 Union Hill. Stovall provides contractors with personalized expert service from special requests to direct job site delivery for hassle-free jobs and quality relationships at competitive prices. From plants to irrigation to hardscapes, Stovall truly has it all. Check us out at StovallInc.com.
Springtime is here. Looking for a fun weekend with family, friends, and the kids? The Mitsubishi Electric Classic, presented by Venture, Georgia's only PGA Tour Champions event, returns to Metro Atlanta April 25th through the 27th. Pick your favorite hole to watch along the ropes or find public seating throughout the course. Enjoy scenic views, specialty cocktails, and fun for the whole family. Children 15 and under receive complimentary tickets with purchase by an adult. Join the excitement at TPC Sugarloaf in Duluth, Georgia from April 25th through the 27th. Tickets are available at MitsubishiElectricClassic.com/tickets.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on this station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Thursday, April 3rd. As the Georgia legislative session draws to a close, Democratic lawmakers staged a walkout yesterday during debate over a bill that would ban gender-affirming care for transgender prison inmates. Republicans have also introduced legislature that would ban trans athletes from girls' sports. The legislative session ends this week. Republican State Senator Brian Strickland is the first candidate to file paperwork for a campaign to become Georgia's next Attorney General in 2026. Current AG Chris Carter announced he is running for governor next year in December. The Braves have acquired more land near the Battery. Pennant Park, a 34-acre office complex, expands the Braves' footprint and adds an additional 2,700 parking spots. The Braves return tomorrow for their home opener against the Marlins. Today's weather, partly cloudy, starting in the high 60s. We could see record-high temperatures this afternoon in the mid-80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
Tug and Los until 10, 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
You too are above the law starting tomorrow.
That's what I hear.
You have a Braves credential, which means we can now go anywhere we want to in the ballpark.
Look there.
Yep, there it is. Does it actually say, like, does it have to give your Christian name? Does it actually say?
It does. It says Jerry, yep.
Oh, okay. I was worried.
Yeah.
I mean,
most things have my Christian name versus because Tug is a nickname.
Yeah, it's a nickname
that my wife gave me forever. I mean, 20. We were already married, and she was calling me that just as a goof, as a pet name, and some couple of my buddies heard her call.
Started rolling,
dude. They were like, "What's she call you?" And I told them, and they're like, "Bah!" And then they called me that to rub it in.
I've known you for over a decade. I was shocked when I found out that your name was Jerry.
Yeah, most people are.
Because I was like, it's just Tug. I see Tug every day. Hey, Tug. And every single day, Tug would always walk by. Hey, how's it going? Oh, hey, Tug, how's it going? How you doing? All right? Okay. And that was our interaction. And then someone's like, Jerry Cowart. I'm like, who's that?
Chuck Oliver said the same thing.
Who's that person?
Chuck Oliver said the thing. He said the first time, it was in this building, he said the first time he had ever, because David Dickey, the Dickey Broadcasting, the owner of the company, he only calls me Jerry. He never calls me Tug. He's just formal in that way. He never, and I guess he said it in a meeting that Chuck happened to be in, that David was in, and And he came out of the meeting, came and tapped me on the shoulder.
For decades, like, who's this?
He came and tapped me on the shoulder, and he was like, "Your name is Jerry." No idea. It was so funny.
That's why I was curious about it with your Braves credential.
Yeah,
so,
it's my Christmas.
But we're gonna go and we're gonna go eat that yummy food.
That's right.
Doesn't matter what salespeople are trying to ruin that.
We'll have to do like barrel rolls.
It's gonna be fine. Listen,
Easy.
just act like you
belong.
Act like you belong.
That's right.
And it won't be a problem.
I tell people that all the time. If you're at a concert,
act like you belong.
And I've seen so many people getting backstage just acting like they belong. Don't look suspicious. Just walk in with purpose, and it's a coin flip as to whether you get in. And if you have a phone that you can be reading or a clipboard, heaven forbid, if you can find a clipboard, you can get anywhere. You can get on the bus.
I'm going to actually wear a full Braves jersey, and that way I can get in, like pants and all.
Like Brian Snicker?
Yes.
Like full on?
Like I just stopped by the area to get some food.
Yeah.
Cleats? Put the spikes in?
Oh, yeah.
Dude.
I'm going to have the turf. I'm going to bring the turf cleats.
Okay, all right. Because that's the greatest sound in baseball, I think, is cleats, when you're walking in like on concrete or whatever, and that sound that steel cleats make.
This is how I know I've reached the point where, so I went to Play It Again Sports, and I had some stuff to try and get rid of. They flat out told me, they're like, yeah, we don't buy metal cleats.
Why?
I was like, what? I was like, are people not using metal cleats? Like, what is going on?
And what was the answer?
They just didn't buy them.
Didn't know.
They don't buy them there.
Well, how about that?
That's what I played in.
I mean, they must not be able to sell. Well, but my son's playing college baseball now, and they wear them. They wear them every day.
Yeah,
and they have turf. At least a portion the halo there. With they have turf on the halo around home plate, and then the baselines. Infield is grass, outfield is grass, but just that whole that part of the I don't even know what you call it, but that part of the infield and behind the plate is all turf, and at the plate's turf, and they still wear spikes. Because now the new turf is you're able to wear spikes.
It plays like regular grass.
Yeah, and it doesn't. Spikes don't destroy it like the old school AstroTurf. Now you can do it.
I just see a lot of people that are playing in rubber cleats. I don't see as much metal cleats anymore.
Go to
in college, that's all I played in.
Yeah, and that's not changed at all. Now I guess it wouldn't make sense for spikes in a league. Like an adult league or anything, but unusual. And look, it depends on how old it is too. Like bats, every couple years there's a new stamp, that have to be on there, and so they can't resell them because nobody can use them.
This actually points out that in Major League Baseball, yes, they are allowed metal cleats, but that many players are now using molded turf cleats.
Interesting. How about that?
That's what I see on a regular basis. I see guys, I'm like, they're. I think it's a little bit easier on your feet.
Oh, well, now that might be.
And if you're playing 162, maybe it's just because it's easier on your back and your feet to wear molded turf rather than wearing the metal.
So it's just not cascaded down to college yet, at least by and large. Because, like I said, they
wouldn't buy mine.
Yeah, I know, right? But I mean, even in games that are being played, I watched a game yesterday, and I know my son was wearing spikes. So. Yeah, that's unusual. I guess not unusual because they know what they can sell. They know what.
Well, I'm glad I'm getting to the bottom of this.
That's right.
Get some answers here.
This sinister plan not to buy my spikes. I love it.
Can't believe they wouldn't buy my spikes.
Dirt bags. Ted Cruz, he's pointing out, and I want you to hear him talk about the second phase of lawfare. You know what the first phase of lawfare was? 4 lawsuits. New York, Atlanta, down in Florida. And they, by and large, have all fallen apart. The wheels have fallen off the bus. But that doesn't mean that the leftists, the communists, the Democrat Party is going to give up. Oh, no. And Ted Cruz wants you to know what this second wave of lawfare against Trump is. You'll recognize it.
This is the second phase of lawfare. Now that their efforts to indict President Trump and stop the voters from reelecting him have failed, they're going and seeking out individual radical judges to try to shut down policies, and they are forum shopping like crazy. Give me any loon judge put on the bench by Obama or Biden who disagrees with a policy. We just saw a judge flagrantly ignore U.S. immigration law concerning TPS being revoked. U.S. law explicitly said there's no judicial review for that, but hey, they found a judge who says, you know what? We, the Democrat Party, we are the party of illegal aliens. We are the party of murderers and rapists and gang members, and the Democrat Party exists here to fight to keep murderers and rapists and gang members in your communities. There's a reason the Democrat Party is at 26% approval nationwide, because they put radical policies ahead of rule of law.
I could listen to Ted Cruz speak all day, every day. He's so wise, he's so well educated, and he's so knowledgeable. But in this, we've seen this play out so much, where they block everything that the president wants to do, and the numbers are astronomical when it comes to how many times these activist judges issue nationwide injunctions against the president versus the prior presidents. And it's not even close. It's like 10 for Obama, 10 for Biden, 10 for George W., 64 for Trump.
This is their weapon now. This is what they're using. This is lawfare. This is all they have. They can't win at the ballot box. They showed you they can't win at the ballot box. They showed you that when it comes to a nationwide election, yes, hey, you can win Wisconsin, California, New York. You can't win nationwide. So what do? You go to your activist judges. You go to the people. And I hate having to point this out, but this was done under Barack Obama, and for some reason, none of us paid attention to it. It was how many activist judges, how many people that were down for the struggle could he get in there? And that's what he did. He gutted the judicial system to make sure to put activists involved.
I don't think we knew to pay attention to it, Los. I'll be the first to say I don't know that I did.
I just remember going, this seems kind of shady.
But I don't know that the average American paid attention to that.
No, there's
because
no
they didn't
reason
even know to.
Because it was never a factor. It was never used in that way.
That's what I'm saying. And shame on us for not. The folks like me that didn't pay close enough attention to that, or didn't think that judges were going to be activists on the bench. I genuinely thought baseball and apple pie when it came to judges, that judges were going to be fair and say, you know what, what the decision being made is important, it's legal, then, it is what it is. I disagree with it, but from a legal point of view, it's right. I was completely wrong. It was not baseball and apple pies. It was, I'm going to twist and I'm going to turn under the tutelage of Barack Obama. I'm going to flip the judiciary upside down to make it an activist and a tool for the Democrats and for the left.
I hope that Ted Cruz, now it wasn't the time because he had to win another election, and he did win handily in Texas once again. I think that dude's future is eventually in the Supreme Court.
Oh, yeah. I
believe with the right administration, maybe it's a Vance administration. Like, there's going to come a time where seat is secured, got Texas under control. Ted Cruz, this is what we're going to do.
I'd love to see that, man.
Because if that man put like 30 years on that bench, that would be pretty impressive as a guy who is obviously a very sharp attorney, who also knows the history of the country, who knows the founding of the country, and I believe would be ruling according so.
So much fun to listen to him speak, and I feel, maybe this is, a fault of my own. I always feel smarter when I've listened to him, when I listen to the entirety, because we just played you a small piece of it. It was much longer and much more detailed on the who, what, when, where, why, that got him to say that, to speak that.
And what we'll do is we'll wait for Sotomayor to fall out, and we'll just say, look, we're going to replace one Latina with another Latin dude, right? Everybody happy?
All good. Everybody's good.
Right? Check the box. Hey, we're going to put Ted Cruz in there, and for maybe one of the dumbest justices on the Supreme Court.
If you think they won't explode like a stick of dynamite.
Listen, we're keeping it within the Hispanic culture.
It does not matter. It only matters when it favors them.
When she loses her foot and things start to fall apart, Ted Cruz ready to step in, literally, with 2 feet.
Do you think she's on the verge of the foot loss?
I think that I think that had Joe Biden or Kamala Harris ended up landing the presidency,
she would retire. Step down.
They would have started pushing that direction with her.
I agree. Now she's going to hang on for dear life.
Yes.
Because
she has to.
She has to. Because she has no other choice.
Think
She'll
about
die on the
how
bench.
How funny was that? Like, they tried to tell us, like, Ruth Bader Ginsburg was just, like, indestructible.
They told you, but Joe Biden was indestructible.
And then she died, and suddenly it's like, well, here's another conservative.
I'm not wishing anything.
I'm just saying that when it happens, I have the right Hispanic guy to step in for the Hispanic lady. That's all. I'm just playing the game.
That's right. Check the boxes. They will lose their ever-loving mind if it ever comes to that. And they will call you everything in the book, Los. You're going to be the lowest of lows for even suggesting it.
I'm used to it.
Me too.
I work over here with you.
I know.
We get all the crazy things being said to us.
Right? And the looks that we get occasionally. Although they're becoming less and less.
Well, we're the mainstream. They're the weirdos.
Exactly right. You're 100% correct. And that's something new. It's taking a little bit to get used to because we've been in hiding for so long. What was it that Hannity used to say?
He said,
conservative in exile. No longer. We're on the forefront. When we continue on Extra 106.3, the media outlet's scoop turned out to be poop. That's what it turned out to be, according to Caroline Levitt. Next on the Morning Extra 106.3 Tug and Los equal 10.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, April 3rd. The Braves are now 0-7 as they are the only winless team in Major League Baseball after the Dodgers walked off last night, beating the Braves 6-5. The final today is an off day for the team. The Braves will open up their home schedule beginning tomorrow night as the Braves will host the Miami Marlins. The Atlanta Hawks, they dropped the second game of a back-to-back. They lost in Dallas last night, 120-118. The Hawks are back in action Saturday night against the New York Knicks. And the United States will host the upcoming Women's World Cup. That game set for 2031. The UK has been awarded the event for 2035. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
3 weeks from now, I'm having a visitor to the house. It'll happen on the 24th. Going to come by the house, ring the doorbell, come on in, welcomed guest. It'll be a guest from Central Heating and Air Conditioning, because springtime's the perfect time to ensure that your home is comfortable as we head into the warm season. This weekend's supposed to be real warm, mid-80s. And then we're in that, that odd time because it gets cold again next week down in the 50s. Doesn't matter to us. Our HVAC works the way it's supposed to because Central Heating and Air Conditioning come out. They do the maintenance. They take care of it. If there's anything wrong, they can fix it. And if you need an entire new system, they can give you that too. Great carrier system from a great carrier partner in Central Heating and Air Conditioning. They've been servicing homes in Atlanta since like 1946, 1947. Long time, second generation, locally owned company. There's only a few of those left in Atlanta. But you get the maintenance done. That way your system runs at peak efficiency, extends the life of that equipment, and they can take care of what ails your house when it comes to your family's health too. Make your home your sanctuary. That way all that pollen that's outside that you can't miss, you can write your name on the hood of your car or on the swing on the front porch of your house. Don't let that stuff in your house. Central Heating and Air Conditioning can make sure it doesn't come in. Sanctuary, no sneeze zone, no cough zone, by calling Central Heating and Air Conditioning. 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com.
You need a pre-owned car or truck, but you don't need the headache of searching for one. Spending hours calling dealerships, then spending half the day filling out paperwork.
Come on.
You need the Honest Car Guy.
Hey, this is Tom from the Honest Car Guy. We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly. We guarantee each vehicle we sell will come with a copy of the bill of sale, showing what we paid for it. You pay what we pay, plus a disclosed fee. Guaranteed.
Get an Honest Car Buy from the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit honestcarguy.com.
If you're the decision maker at your company, we have great news for you, for your HR department, and for your employees. A new and future-forward way to do health benefits is here from Thatch. Not only do your employees get better health benefits with Thatch, but you save an average of $1,620 per employee per year. That's right. You can save over $1,600 per employee per year. Plus, Thatch reduces the time your HR department spends administering benefits. Businesses all over the country love Thatch's breakthrough approach. Rather than a wasteful one-size-fits-all plan, Thatch empowers your employees by letting them customize their own benefits plans. And you save money and time while providing your employees with better health benefits, which works better for everyone. Book a demo with Thatch and we'll send you a $100 gift card. Visit thatch.ai/radio to book a demo for your gift card. That's THATCH.ai/radio. Thatch.ai/radio.
On January 20th, 2025, the White House declared a national emergency. It really wouldn't be a surprise if we started experiencing more frequent power outages as well as electromagnetic pulse or EMP attacks that could fry all electronics in the country and shut down the grid for months or even years. Most people will not survive without electricity. This is why My Patriot Supply just released the new Grid Doctor 3300, the first solar generator with a revolutionary EMP intercept technology. It's a groundbreaking system that protects your backup power from devastating EMP attacks, ensuring your family stays safe and comfortable when everybody else is left in the dark. With an industry-leading 3,300 watts of power, it runs everything from refrigerators to freezers to medical devices and power tools. Plus, it includes a free 200-watt waterproof solar panel for unlimited renewable energy. So don't wait until it's too late. Get your Grid Doctor 3300 with EMP intercept technology now at MyPatriotSupply.com. Secure your family's future at MyPatriotSupply.com. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hi, my name is Steve from Marietta, and we hired ATL Turf Co. to build our dream backyard golf setup. They installed a large 4-hole putting green, a sand bunker, a short game area, and did a full conversion to artificial grass around the pool with decorative retaining walls. ATL Turf Co. was really creative. They were efficient. The installation was a breeze. Price was completely reasonable, and I definitely appreciated their communication throughout the project. I would definitely recommend ATL Turf Co. to anybody thinking about doing a backyard makeover. You can check them out online right now at atlturfco.com.
The president said it himself.
America is back.
And Extra 106.3 continues on as the only conservative news and talk station in Atlanta. The news changes by the day, and you can count on Extra 106.3 to bring it to you straight every day without the spin. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
I don't know if we have time to get to it in this segment. Maybe in the 9 o'clock hour, the bonus hour, there is a movie that my wife and I are going to watch that I've seen that she has not. Legendary movie. And
Poltergeist.
No.
Beetlejuice.
No, she loves Beetlejuice.
Am I getting closer?
No, you're not even in the ballpark.
RoboCop.
No.
Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome.
The person has died. The main character has died, and there's been a remake of it since he's died.
Is this a Val Kilmer movie?
It is not. You're in the kind of in that right zone of actors.
Is this a Gene Hackman movie?
Nope. It's Roadhouse.
Oh, the original or the remake?
Well, Dre suggests we watch both back to back, but we're going with the original because she's never seen it, and some of our friends who love that movie give her a hard time all the time. But there's a specific reason that we're going to watch it this weekend. So my best man in my wedding was a guy named Jason Perez, dear friend. He texted me out of the blue yesterday.
He's a cooler?
What's that?
A cooler. There's the bouncer and the cooler. Patrick Swayze's a cooler.
Oh, right. You know, you took me, I was going off, I was like, I thought you were talking about Jason. I was like, what? No, so Jason got out of the Navy, retired from the Navy, and like I said, he was my best man at my wedding. And he sent me a note that said, I was today years old when I learned this.
The inspiration for Roadhouse came from screenwriter David Lee Henry's visit to a small-town bar. The character of Dalton, played by Patrick Swayze, was named after Dalton, Georgia, where the bar was located.
Actually, very cool.
I had heard that. I've heard that years and years because being born and raised in Dalton, it comes up occasionally, right? That somebody, but it's based on, and I'd always heard it. But I'd never had anything that actually said it. So when he sent me this YouTube video about how all the movie came together and some of the characters, whatever, and he was like, I was today years old, because he's gone to Dalton with me a dozen times years ago, but he was like, I was today years old when I found out that Roadhouse was based on a bar in Dalton, Georgia.
Will you expose your wife to one other thing?
Depends on what it is. I mean,
so Bill Murray was on the Kelsey's podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see when they asked him about Roadhouse?
Yes, but I'm drawing a blank on what I used to actually on my country show.
So the actress who is like the love interest.
Was it the kiss thing?
So what it is when they have the lovemaking scene, apparently Bill Murray is friends
That's right.
with her husband.
Yep.
And the Kelseys asked him, is it true that you really call your friend every time that scene comes on?
Yeah.
And deadpan Bill Murray was like, it's the hardest thing I ever have to do. He's like, but
yes,
that damn Patrick Swayze and what he did to her. Yeah. He flat out like calls, he goes, and of course he brings it up like when it shows up on TBS, because let's face it, Roadhouse played a lot on TBS.
Yes, it did. Before games, after Braves games, rain delays.
Yes.
It was on. I've seen it a dozen times because of that.
So that's when Bill Murray would call his friend to say what Patrick Swayze was doing to his wife.
To his wife, do you realize what's happening on national television right now? So good. So, yes, we're going to watch that movie this weekend because out of the blue, my buddy, my best man at my wedding, guy I served in the Navy with, hits me with that detail. Funny.
Can I make the people an offer?
Yeah.
So our sister station has their green card going on right now.
Oh, yeah. This is a good one.
Now, this is very similar to Trump's gold card. This is your way in order to be able to play a crazy amount of golf. Here's what the deal is. You can go over to 680 The Fan, and what we have is six rounds of golf for $249. Typically, that's going to cost you almost $450. $249. The courses you're able to get on: Cherokee Run Golf Club, Stone Mountain Golf Club, Mystery Valley, Collins Hill, Sequoia National. That's one of my favorites over in North Carolina, by the way. And Country Club of Gwinnett. Again, $249. You can buy the golf card. That's our 680 green card. You can buy it. And buy it for somebody like, listen, we've got like Father's Day coming up. We've got all sorts of options coming up.
Father-in-law, friend.
Give
it's a good
the gift of golf that works out every single time. These always sell out. I think we're down to somewhere in like the 90s. They started like
less than that.
They started like 300-400 of these over the course of the year. We're down to the last several bits. So get on it. All right. 680thefan.com. Get yourself your new green card for this year.
Lowe sold several of them on his own yesterday over when he filled in for.
Hell, I buy some of them some years.
Well, maybe that's why then. But I was told this morning when you were talking about it yesterday on our sister station, The Fan, Wes, you're filling in for Matt Chernoff, that you were talking about this, and all of a sudden, because people were like, oh my gosh, that's a great deal. Like they could watch it in real time, them being bought. I think you sold 10 or 12 of them in a matter of seconds.
Sequoia National, you're playing on a mountain. Like, it is so cool to play out there. And you're in the middle of North Carolina.
I've never even seen it.
It's gorgeous. Put it this way, there's not a lot of times, if you pull your driver out 3 times, 2 times you've made a mistake. Like, you've got to be iron play all around that course, and you're everything you're hitting is like 150, 175, and it's so much fun because if you hit it any more than that, it's going off the mountain.
Wow.
It's so cool to play out there.
Yeah, it's a great one. So, where do you get it again?
680thefan.com. You can just tap right on the green card, right on the screen.
It'll be right there in the front. You cannot miss it.
It's in your face.
It's in your face. But they've been doing these for years, and they're always so popular. They always bring them back. And I remember, what was it, last year, year before, when it was just a little later than normal, and people were like, hey,
where's the green card?
Where's the green card? We buy these every year.
We got into February, and people were like, seriously, where's the green card?
Right. That's how popular they are. It's because it is. It's a great deal. It saves you, what, $200, a couple $100?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about most of the time getting on most of these courses. Even if you take like a deal, it's typically going to be $40 to $50. So instead, for $249, you get all 6.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it's a great deal.
It is. So do that. And
cart and all, like I said, it's a really great deal.
See, that's the other thing that I don't think people realize, because usually if you're going to play golf, I don't often, but when I go, I definitely want a cart, and that's usually an extra $25, $30, $40.
They'll totally take care of you on this deal.
That's good stuff right there. The green card from our sister station, The Fan, 680 and 93.7 FM. And you're back in there with them on Friday, right? Tomorrow?
No.
No?
No, I am. It was tiring yesterday.
Oh, well, yeah.
Like I had fun, but that's a long day when you do.
You're doing 2
like
shows.
I enjoy knocking out this show with you, and then it turned into, now I got to go over there and try and act like I really care about this sort of stuff.
Yeah, right.
Got to play the game like I'm real passionate about whether or not Kirk Cousins gets traded.
They're going to be live somewhere over in the Battery tomorrow, aren't they?
Yeah, over at Park Bench, actually.
Are you doing it for that?
Yeah, Park Bench
that's cool.
tomorrow.
Park Bench is a cool place.
And it's going to be cool because it's opening day for the Braves.
And they always have great shows.
Yeah.
I say always. Oftentimes we'll have concerts after the Braves games. And it's a cool little venue, holds about 250 people, something like that. Some great local talent come through. And then, there's some national talent that does too. Kelsey Ballerini's played there. There's been several artists that have played there, you'll know, from country music.
And that's the deal, too. You've got dueling pianos plus karaoke.
Yes.
It's like it's hard to go to Park Bench and not have a good time.
Yes, sir, it is. When we come back on Extra 106.3, okay, Boomer. Remember that one from a few years ago? The problem with the protester is they can't exactly explain why they're protesting. Seems like a valuable thing to know. You and I would probably know if we were protesting. They don't have. They don't happen to. Next on the Morning Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, I hope you haven't come here looking for typical Bortz brilliance on the issue of tariffs and President Trump's latest moves. It's barely been 15 hours since he announced those tariffs, and I slept through 9 of those, so give me some time. Here are some surface thoughts, however. Unlike Barack Obama, unlike Joe Biden, unlike Kamala Harris, Donald Trump is a businessman. They aren't. They weren't. Calvin Coolidge, y'all remember him, was talking to the, Society of American Newspaper Editors, Washington, January 1925. That was before even I was born. And he said, after all, the chief business of the American people is business. They are profoundly concerned with producing, buying, selling, investing, and prospering in the world. Well, Calvin Coolidge wasn't a businessman either. He was a lawyer. But if the business of America is business, maybe we ought to give Donald Trump a little credit for knowing more about that than some of the people who are criticizing him for his tariffs moves. What about these charts he's been throwing around? Is Switzerland really charging 61% tariffs against American products? Just how was that calculated? And Canada, are they really charging a 175% tariff on butter from the United States? And 263% on chicken? Not known. I guess we'll find out. One thing does stand out, though. Foreign government officials are howling. What do they say? The stuck pig always howls the loudest. Probably isn't going to take us that much time to find out. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Things at the ballpark are really heating up. If too much celebrating leaves you in trouble after the game, it's important to know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds. We handle bonds from the stadium to the city, and in most cases, we can have you or your loved one out in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 770-627-3235 or online at atlbail.com.
The smallest Mercedes-Benz SUV goes big on innovation. With a virtual voice assistant, dual 10.25-inch displays, and wireless CarPlay standard. A hybrid 221 horsepower Turbo 4 8-speed transmission and 18-inch wheels are wrapped in sporty style. Get an exceptional offer on the 2025 Mercedes-Benz GLA 250 SUV. Just $409 per month for 39 months with $43.83 due at signing exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models during the RBM of Atlanta's spring sales event. Visit today to see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through April 30th, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
It has a worldwide effect. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
President Trump is taking this economy in a different direction.
But there's concern about that on Wall Street, where a stock market plunge is looming. Dow futures are down nearly 1,300 points over new U.S. tariffs that Vice President Vance just told Fox change trade policy.
We borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture. That is not a recipe for economic prosperity. It's not a recipe for low prices, and it's not a recipe for good jobs in the United States of America.
The tariffs start at a baseline of 10%, but some countries are facing much higher rates. For example, the president hitting China with 39% reciprocal tariffs and the European Union with 20% reciprocal tariffs. The EU, China, and Canada are already preparing countermeasures.
As Fox's Brooks Singman, China calls it bullying, adding there are no trade war winners. In real war, Israel hit Gaza with more overnight airstrikes, expanding its renewed operation against Hamas. Palestinians say more than 50 people were killed. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is at NATO headquarters, and Fox's Jonathan Savage reports this is his message.
The U.S. is in NATO to stay, but allies must play their part.
The only way NATO can get stronger and more viable is if our partners, the nation states that comprise this important alliance, have more capability.
He says members should spend up to 5% of GDP on defence. Secretary Rubio backed up by NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte.
European allies and Canada need to spend more.
2 people have been killed in Tennessee from a storm system that also left 1 dead in Missouri. There's damage in several states, and Fox meteorologist Janice Dean says the nasty weather is still out there.
An active morning, severe storm reports including dozens of tornadoes across the heartland, the Mid-South, the Ohio Valley, and we have flooding concerns, not only today, but through the weekend.
And that flooding could be in some of the same areas where there are tornadoes. America's listening to Fox News.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Only 2 things in life are certain: death and taxes. How about one more? Switch from Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile to cut your bill in half with Pure Talk. For just $25 a month, get unlimited talk, text, and 5 gigs of data on America's most dependable 5G network. Switching is easy. Dial pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk to make the switch, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Pure Talk. Wireless by Americans for Americans.
Can't afford to fill your grocery bags or gas tank? Fill your day with the best conservative talk for free by downloading the Extra 1063 app wherever you download your apps.
Tug and Los on the Morning Extra until 10, playing them doors. I assume that's in honor of Val Kilmer.
That's in honor. Well, sure. But also, you're going to watch Roadhouse this weekend.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
The Roadhouse Blues for you.
There you go. I love the Doors. One of my favorite bands of all time. Not one of my wife's favorite bands. But I don't know if chicks just don't dig it or what.
Karaoke does call for Love Me 2 Times.
Yeah. Love Me 2 Times. Dude, I love the Doors.
Yeah.
My favorite Doors song, Alabama song, which my wife calls the creepy circus song. You know, because it's boom, bum, show me the way to the next whiskey bar. And she's like, that song creeps me out. She doesn't like to listen to it, so I don't play it around her. But
I think it's depressing but it's also oddly enjoyable when I play the end.
Oh my God, the end is so good. This is the end.
Girls who are into the Doors, fun. You don't want to marry one, I don't think. Girls who are really into the Doors, a lot of fun.
Light your clothes on fire.
Come on, baby, light my fire. I love it.
Poor Jerry, like he just got back to his house and all of his stuff was torn up.
I feel like that was coming from experience.
Long ago.
Okay.
Who was it? Was it Meg Ryan in that movie? That
Yes,
played his girlfriend.
She
She was cute in that movie.
So cute. She's always been super, super cute. But Val Kilmer knocked it out of the park. And yes, we were watching Roadhouse this weekend at my house because my wife, who's seen most everything, she loves movies and has never seen Roadhouse. We've been giving her a hard time. Not me, because I never give anybody a hard time about not watching a movie. I've not seen many of them. But our friend group, they always give her such crap. And then when we, in the last segment, we brought up the fact that movie is based on a bar that is in Dalton, Georgia, or it used to be in Dalton, Georgia. I still, to this moment, don't know which one. I would assume the El Rancho, which was like a bit of a biker bar, kind of redneck bar, over off Hamilton Street, which is the main street in Dalton, Georgia. And my Aunt Shirley used to work there.
I'm going to have to look it up and find out. I mean,
Okay.
I just like the fact that it's Dalton.
Yeah, no, it's great. And that's the reason that Patrick Swayze's character is named Dalton.
And I do appreciate that for lack of a better term, your wife is a Roadhouse virgin.
Yes, she is. That's right.
She has never
seen
indulged
it.
in Roadhouse.
Mm-mm. And so we're going to watch it this weekend. And I would love to find out what bar in Dalton, Georgia Roadhouse is based on. So if you know, 404-741-1230, if you've heard the story or know anything about it. Because I've heard it over the years, never really put a lot of stock into it until one of my best friends, Jason Perez, who was in the Navy with me, sent me that last night just out of the blue.
Is it wrong that I might know the entire movie word for word?
No, I think it's awesome.
What if somebody calls my mama a whore? Is she? I want you to be nice.
I can't quote it by any means or stretch of the imagination. I can't quote even the movies I've seen a dozen times. Here's my fault. I usually get the quotes wrong. I'll know them. You know what I mean? Like even the ones from Happy Gilmore. And somehow I'll still get the quote wrong. And I'll swear that I've got it right. And then I'll hear it and be like, oh, I had it wrong the whole time.
The Dalton speech about be nice.
Yeah. I remember the scene. I don't know the speech, though.
It's a cool scene. You're sitting there. He's like, I want you to be nice. And he just lays it on out for them. The boss man came in. The boss man came in. Look. Boss man.
Straighten up. Straighten up.
Hold on.
Act right.
Act. Let's
act proper.
Talk.
Dre, tell them we're doing good work.
Tell them we're doing good things.
That's right. Not talking about Roadhouse.
Nothing to see here.
Tell them not to cancel us.
We're not talking about Roadhouse and the fact that my wife's never seen that movie. And that it's based on a bar in my hometown of Dalton, Georgia. Don't say that, whatever you do. No, but seriously, the things that do matter get discussed on this show so often, and we try to be ahead of it. We try to talk about things that are impactful and that matter to you in Atlanta, that matter across the state of Georgia and around the country. But I want you to hear people that don't keep up. I want you to hear from the people that have no idea why they're out protesting.
I love this audio.
This made me chuckle. I went back and watched it 3 or 4 times. This woman's reasoning for not liking Elon Musk is priceless, and the reason that she does like some of the other people in the government.
No, he needs to get out of our government. We didn't elect him. He needs to go. And
what do you think of Dr. Fauci?
I love Dr. Fauci.
Do you think we elected him?
He was appointed by our president.
Huh. That's interesting.
Kind of like Elon Musk, the one that you're protesting. You've got to be kidding me. That woman cannot be, and I don't want to say that dumb.
No, you give people enough rope and they will hang themselves.
She cannot be that clueless to not realize Fauci appointed, Elon appointed. You can't be that clueless. There's no way. You show up at a rally, you spend your time. Your time is your most valuable asset. And you're going to go to protest something you have no idea why you're protesting?
So let me get this straight. If you happen to save the American taxpayer, I don't know, $50 billion.
Seems substantial.
Or if you kill 5 million people worldwide with the development of a super virus.
Also a substantial number.
Which one is more detrimental to society?
Do you think that woman would be able to choose?
Do you think that at any point that Elon Musk has done something where you would say, a military tribunal might be in order here?
Yes, you're exactly right. A military tribunal would be appropriate.
And yet, there she is. Again, if you want to blame anybody, blame Barack Obama. He's the one who carved out this ability.
Explain that real quick, because not everybody understands or knows.
So under Obamacare, one of the cutouts that occurred was that there was going to be, from a legal perspective, a group that was allowed to search for government inefficiency in the interest of making sure that there was money available for Obamacare. What DOGE essentially did, what this administration did, was basically use the law, the power created by Obamacare, and said, let's continue to search for government inefficiency not in the interest of Obamacare, in the interest of the American government and the American people.
That's the reason DOGE is even in existence.
That's why they're able to legally do what they're doing. And you have Elon Musk, who's been appointed to run DOGE, which has actually been created by Obamacare.
If you've ever thought Barack Obama never did anything good for America, now
he accidentally did.
Now you're wrong, because he accidentally did one thing that was good for America, and we're seeing it play out. And the American people support it. I support it. This show supports it. The station supports it. We love the fact that fraud, waste, and abuse is being tackled finally. It's been talked about for 30 years. No one ever planned to do it. That was a talking point. That was, hey, I'm going to use this to get elected, but I'm not going to really do anything. No. Why would I do that? To tackle the fraud, waste, and abuse? That's how we're getting money cycled back to us, laundered back to us. This is a grand operation that we've been working on for years. I'm never going to stop that.
Yesterday, there was a contract canceled. And again, it's not DOGE that does it. DOGE makes recommendations.
They just pointed out.
And at that point, that is when you will then have the powers that be will decide to cancel a contract. In this case, there was a $3.4 million contract with the State Department for consulting for, quote, aviation advisors in Kenya.
Not sure why we're paying for that. Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So when you hear the leftist media smearing Elon Musk, saying, we didn't elect him, he can't stop these contracts. You're right. He was appointed, and he's not stopped one contract. Not one. He's only pointed them out. That's all he's doing.
All right, let me ask you this. Have you ever modified a website?
Me personally, well, you know what? I started work. I had this little tugcoward.com, and I started working on it. It's a disaster. Don't go there. Don't visit. I was trying to modify it. It turned out terribly.
I'm going to actually have to take a look at it.
It's awful.
So, like, I taught myself how to code HTML back when I was 15 years old.
And you actually created a website during college, made money on it, and everything.
I've been able to do all of that fun stuff. I have my own frontofficefootball.net where I keep I look at it as like it's an online fun resume that I also post all of my draft guides and everything else too. Okay. DOGE canceled a contract that was paying for minor website modifications. How much were they paying for minor website modifications? $380,000 a month.
Something you can do on Wix.com for $3.
You had one internal Virginia software engineer who was spending 10 hours a week doing this work.
And they spent $300,000 on it.
$380,000 a month. That is waste, fraud, and abuse. $380,000 for minor changes to a website a month. Good work if you can get it.
How do I get that gig? Like, where do you sign up for that? Oh, you can't, because it's all about who you know and putting the right people in place, getting their palms greased, and being able to get whatever you want done out of them later down the road. It's all a handshake agreement,
What would disgust you about the government is that it's always going to be, here's this senator, here's their son, here's the amount of money we're sending them. I mean, just to know some of the stuff that the Clintons were able to do for Chelsea Clinton, and the amount of money that they were able to filter her way, it's disgusting. And there's somebody out there who was sitting back going, I make $380,000 a month, and I technically am taking care of this website.
For 10 hours a week.
What job for 10 hours a week pays you $380,000?
There's not your full-time job. Most people's my full-time job doesn't pay that.
No, and that's not on a monthly. $380,000 a month.
That is unbelievable.
I mean, that's NBA money.
And they're furious that you know about this.
Yes, they're upset. That woman who is going all crazy boomer about, we need to get rid of Elon Musk. Well, not Fauci. He was appointed by the president. Fauci killed 5 million people. Elon saved you $380,000 a month with his team on a website.
But that's just one example of all the money and all the fraud and all the waste and all the abuse that he's pointing out. And again, I think this is worth mentioning again.
We're at $140 billion, by the way, now.
$140 billion is what he said.
$869 a taxpayer.
And Elon's not canceling the first thing. He's merely pointing it out. So that woman is so furious because she's been programmed to be furious. She's been told to be furious. And I love when I see people like Chris Coons. Did you see him just get wrapped up by Martha McCallum? Chris Coons was on there talking about how he didn't believe that Doge was actually saving us money. He didn't believe that.
No.
But that lady that we just heard from is the same way. You can put it in her face, you can show it to her, and she's going to pretend that it's all fake.
The wild part for me is the amount of people on the left who firmly believe that Elon Musk is there basically guaranteeing himself government contracts. He already has all the money in the world. What makes you think that a guy who was able to spend $44 billion to bring back free speech in this country, $44 billion, you think he's trying to go after $1 million?
No.
$10 million?
But what would be the benefit to do that? Why would he
There
risk
is none.
Why would he risk any kind of situation that even looks like he's setting himself up for something? Why would he risk the actual contracts he already has that was given by the Biden administration?
Right, and that's the other part of this. Well, look at these government subsidies. Yes, granted by the Biden administration. I mean, this guy was hailed as a hero by Barack Obama for what he was doing in this country. And now that he's chosen to help out this administration the way that he is, this is what he's having to deal with. And again, the left has they have convinced themselves that he's strictly doing this in order to enrich his own companies.
What a boring way of thinking and living life.
They have to create their own evil thing. I mean, remember, these are the people that turned Fauci and Zelensky into heroes.
Yeah. But at some point, you would have to think, you sit back and go, am I doing the right thing? Am I thinking the right thing? We oftentimes, if you look at our show prep each night, a lot of it comes from leftist outlets. Like, I want to know what the other side's thinking. I want to compare it to what I think. I want there to be some sort of reckoning between the two ways of thinking. And that's not what Boomer did. That's not what that lady did.
Boomer was unaware of what was actually really going on. Well,
no idea.
He's been appointed by the president. No, it's not exactly how that goes.
It's crazy to think that this woman didn't even have the curiosity. She's talking about how Fauci was appointed by the president and Elon's taking over the government. How, ma'am? How's he doing that?
He just swooped in.
That's right, like a vulture swooping down on a carcass in the road.
And that is another falsehood. Elon Musk and Doge does not have any ability to cut any of this
Zero.
stuff.
They just point it out.
They send it to the department heads with here's our suggestions on what we need to get rid of. Here is the waste, fraud, abuse that we have found. And it's the department heads that then get rid of it. It's not Doge.
And those department heads could say, you know what, Elon?
You're wrong on this one.
You're wrong on this one. We're going to keep it. And I'm sure there's been some of those instances where people are like, you know what? We need to keep that, and here's why. Or we cut it, and then we made a mistake. Let's bring it back.
Right.
Which I see CNN and MSNBC panicking and freaking out when they fire someone or cut a contract, and then they realize that they shouldn't have. So they go back and correct their mistakes, and the leftist media would think that and tell you that that's a bad thing. That, look, they had to correct something. Yeah.
Good.
Isn't it a good thing that they saw the fact that they got it wrong and went back and did the right thing? That seems like a good thing to me.
And the only thing that the other side currently has is going to the courts in order to keep from, in this case, temporary government workers, people that were on temporary status, to keep them employed. Now, what does a judge have the interest in keeping the size of government big? Well, because he's a Democrat. That's an altar of government. That's right. All there is there.
They worship.
Can you imagine being fired from a position and then going to a judge and trying to sue in order to get your spot back at a place that didn't want you?
That's a sad way of living. That's a sad way of living.
You weren't wanted. You weren't considered essential. Remember, everything's about essential workers, right? You weren't essential. They got rid of you, and then you had to file a lawsuit so you can be like, please take me back.
I want to strong arm you into making you take me back and give me my position. How awkward would that be walking in the front door? Hey, I'm back.
Why not? This is just a suggestion to the government employee. Why not get in the public sector and compete? I mean, y'all are so good at what you do. You're so smart.
Especially that guy with the websites. I bet he does better.
$380,000 for 10 hours a week. He must be just a magician.
The greatest website designer you've ever seen in your whole life. Dang. When we come back, Callie Means, who works for RFK at HHS, dropped some truth bombs at the Politico Health Summit. And let me tell you, they were not ready for what they heard. I can't wait to play it for you next. On the Morning Extra, Tug and Los until 10, 9 o'clock hours, brought to you by Southern Exteriors, 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. 10% off of any job that you do with them, or 12 months, 0% financing.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
This April, the spotlight is on love with a full month of Sylvie jewelry at Solomon Brothers. For 30 days, step into a world of brand new designs and preview exclusive, never-before-seen Sylvie designs in store before the rest of the world, all at 20% off. This is Jaron Solomon, and Sylvie is a jewelry brand built on love. All month long, Solomon Brothers is helping celebrate your love stories with exclusive designs crafted for life's most special moments. While many brands claim romance, Sylvie lives it. Plus, enjoy special discounts and exciting perks only in April, only at Solomon Brothers. No matter the price, you'll find something nice. So don't miss out on our exclusive Sylvie event going on all month long and save up to 20% off all styles. Visit us today in any of our 3 showrooms on Peachtree Road in Buckhead, Old Milton Parkway in Alpharetta, and in Peachtree City, or shop online at SolomonBrothers.com or on Instagram at Solomon Brothers. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, the preferred jeweler of the Atlanta Braves.
This is Tom with the Honest Car Guy.
Hey, what's with all this honesty stuff?
We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly.
How honestly?
We guarantee that each vehicle we sell will come with a bill of sale showing what we paid for the vehicle. You'll pay what we pay, plus our disclosed fee guaranteed.
No gimmicks or tricks?
Nope.
Man, this sounds like a new way to buy a car.
Get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. You know, a great smile can make you more successful as well as make you happy. Yes, it's true. And your smile's waiting for you at my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler, my friend for 30 years and dentist forever. This woman at Atlanta Smiles, atlantasmiles.com, the dentist with the doggy. It's really true, whether it's just regular cleaning or bridges or crowns, or are your teeth bothering a little bit, maybe a little ache or something, or your gums it's not going to get better on its own. Take it from me, I found that out the hard way. Taking care of your teeth and gums, and everybody's happy. And by the way, you can relax with Dr. Dina. This is an individual, private VIP experience. The latest technology. She used AI to get my last thing done at my last visit. And don't forget the doggies, a little doggy to take a nap in your lap while you're getting your work done. And this staff, these ladies are angels, I promise you. You'll love going there. A veteran herself, Dr. Dina, 10% veterans discount off the top. Tell them when you call. 404-262-7733. Your smile's waiting. Get the doggy at AtlantaSmiles.com.
So, the doc says I have ED. ED. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's just an abbreviation for a condition so many men have. If I was to be honest, I probably also have a little OCD. I know I have a great HMO. Heck, I even have 3 weeks of PTO. Look, don't let a few letters get you down. If you have ED, there's HELP. Go see Dr. Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He's an ED specialist that will turn your life around PDQ. ED happens to a lot of men as we age. And just FYI, Dr. Deal can give you back the confidence you need to perform on the JOB. So, ready to take the first step? Quit yelling WTF at your little BFF and visit tbtofga.com. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They can fix your ED ASAP. And before you know it, you'll be screaming OMG.
I'm getting in the game. The world won't be the same. I'm good to go.
Call 404-777-1911 or visit tbtofga.com.
April 6th at Tropical Smoothie Cafe, rewards members get $5 off an acai bowl or an acai bowl with Nutella. Log into the app on April 6th to redeem your rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-969-7766. That's 800-969-7766.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Thursday, April 3rd. As the Georgia legislative session draws to a close, Democratic lawmakers staged a walkout yesterday during debate over a bill that would ban gender-affirming care for transgender prison inmates. Republicans have also introduced legislation that would ban trans athletes from girls' sports. The legislative session ends this week. Republican State Senator Brian Strickland is the first candidate to file paperwork for a campaign to become Georgia's next Attorney General in 2026. Current AG Chris Carter announced he is running for governor next year in December. The Braves have acquired more land near the Battery. Pennant Park, a 34-acre office complex, expands the Braves' footprint and adds an additional 2,700 parking spots. The Braves return tomorrow for their home opener against the Marlins. Today's weather, partly cloudy, starting in the high 60s. We could see record-high temperatures this afternoon in the mid-80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. They're like a boy band of exceptional workers that do the job right the first time. And right now, you can get 0% financing for 12 months on any job or 10% off no matter how big the job. Windows, doors, gutters, siding, roofing, millwork, they do it all at Southern Exteriors. And I want to go back to that story that you just hit, Dre, with Pennant Park. And that's just right down the way from us here at the Battery. And I guess that what back in the day would they call that suburban scrawl or what
it's just like an office park.
Well, I know where it is, but you remember back in the day, anytime anything expanded, It was suburban sprawl. That was the word. That was it. Sprawl. Suburban.
I'm here
sprawl.
to help you.
Thank you. Lo's always picking me up because my old hillbilly English ain't all that good.
I ain't good talking.
I've made a living out of it, and I ain't no good at it.
I got them fooled.
That's right, boy. Let me tell you. I pray about that every night. Please don't let them figure it out. And I've been praying that for 25 years now. But, suburban sprawl. That's what they would have called this. Years ago, them buying that area and that Pennant Park that I drive next to every day on the way home, they would have found a bad way to describe and talk about the Braves expanding their footprint, that suburban sprawl. Do you remember when that was a thing? Y'all remember that was that thing, or is that just me that I remember this?
I think it's mostly you, but that's okay.
All right, well.
Well, I mean, just...
No, seriously, though, you would see it on the news every night. Anytime the neighborhood expanded, the city expanded, it was suburban sprawl. It was terrible. no good. It was awful. I saw it on the news every night back when I used to watch the local news every night.
Well,
that was the mistake right there.
The only thing that you and Jerry have subscribed to is white flight.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Gone like a freight train.
Trying to get further out.
What a funny term.
White flight, yeah.
Yeah, well, they want to get out of the cities.
Yeah.
Like, whatever.
Yeah, but it is not just white people. It's everybody.
No, it's everybody. If you can get out of the cities, a lot of people are like, the cities are now at this point, it's young people that don't know any better.
That's right. That's exactly right. And once they figure it out, they'll be out of there too. RFK is making major moves at HHS, and I'm here for it. I think he's a smart man, and I know there's a portion of the country that says he's a quack and a nut and whatever. We can't get worse than what we've had. Even if let's say he is. Let's say I'm completely wrong and they're right, and he's a quack and a nut. Can it get worse than the public health situation that we have in America right now? I contend it can't. And if you look at what happened during COVID, Los, it cannot get worse than that.
No, I don't believe so. I think that ends up being the standard by which you get to rule on all of these and say, all right, is it below or above this bar? And you hope it is above the bar from here on out.
Gosh, I hope so. I do believe that it will be. I want you to hear from Callie Means, who works for RFK at HHS. He was at the Politico Health Summit, and they just couldn't believe. They could not believe that they want to cut. They want to cut people from HHS. Well, what about research?
It's not fair.
Definitely, there's an air of this is not fair. Listen.
It's a nonstop infomercial for pharma. It's a Sky Rizzi commercial followed by Scott Gottlieb saying how Bobby's killing people, followed by a breathless coverage of the measles outbreak and no mention of the mental health crisis.
How does cutting a bunch of HHS solve that problem?
It is insane. It is insane for you to insinuate that the thing standing between us and better health is more government bureaucrats.
That's not what I'm insinuating.
That is what everyone's saying. It is absolutely insane to insinuate that it's some crime.
It's not all bureaucrats. It's a lot of scientists. It's researchers. It's people who are making sure that
those scientists fundamentally have overseen, just demonstrably, a record of utter failure. It would be insane. Is that funny? Not true. Is that not true? So what metrics would you guys point to for how the scientific community, how the 4 times more per capita on healthcare spending that we spend in America versus other countries has produced innovation? Has there been one single chronic disease medication in modern American history that has lowered rates of the chronic disease? Is it appropriate that the American Academy of Pediatrics right now, which is 90% funded by pharma, is pushing Ozempic on 6-year-olds?
Kelly,
that is what the medical authorities are doing.
Why not then use the power that you guys have to push the existing infrastructure in that direction instead of slashing it altogether?
It's not slashing. It's taking it back to 2017 levels. That's not slashing.
It goes on that this conversation, that's just a minute 15 of it, went on for 6 to 8 minutes, and the Politico people were trying to convince him that government is the right answer. More government, more people, more and she says, well, you're getting rid of the researchers too. We're cleaning house. It cannot get worse than it already is. How does slashing jobs and getting rid of it and going back to, like he said, 2017 levels of employment, how is that a bad thing? Because they have failed completely.
Callie Means, and by the way, his sister's a surgeon, all right? Like, she was one of the people that got red-pilled when she recognized, here's what's wrong with the entire medical industry, where everything is about for-profit. And so Callie Means is there to blow it up. Like, he is pointing at these people and saying, I'm not the problem. You are all the problem. Until you overhaul this entire setup, then it's always going to do the same thing. It'll rebuild itself. It'll become more about a bureaucracy, and then it's going to enrich themselves. That's what he's looking to strip away at.
And what changes, and how does it get better if we sit on our hands? It doesn't. It doesn't. It's completely failed. And the ACA didn't help. That obviously made it even worse of an issue when Barack Obama put that in place. Everything that he said is exactly right, because he said, if we do what we've been doing, we're going to have sicker people and sicker children. And they went on to talk about, what you didn't hear was the moms and the parents that see the problems that their kids are having, and there's no answer for it except for more bureaucracy and let's fund more.
More government, more money.
Let's spend more. We spend more than anybody else, and we're getting nothing for it. It's the same thing with the tariffs, I feel like, Los. We've already done it their way. We've been doing it their way for 50 years. And more specifically, in the last term of Joe Biden, 4 years. But truly, it's been going on for 50 years, 50 plus years. We've done it their way, and it failed. I'm all for tearing it down to the foundation.
This is why we talk about system disruptors. This is why Cali Means was always going to be detrimental to the medical field. This is why they're fighting back. This is why they're arguing. They never expected, ever did they ever expect that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. would
have a chance
in charge with this much power.
Ever.
And that the Means between Callie and his sister would be in a position to tell them, y'all have all done it wrong. We're scaling this thing back. This needs to be more patient-centric, and it needs to be better for the taxpayer. Shocking to them.
It blows their mind because RFK was on their side. We've got him under our thumb.
Yeah, he'll do what we say.
He can't do anything. We don't want him to do anything. And then Donald Trump comes along again. The great Satan comes back around. And then not only does he get reelected, which is the end of time, the end of democracy. I don't know, how many days are we in? 60, 70 days, whatever the number is.
60-some days.
Democracy is still intact. The country's still intact. Everything's still working. No one has died. That's what they told you, though. If he's elected, all those things are going to happen.
Well, I thought he was going to be a dictator.
It's coming.
Oh,
he's just not there
that's
yet.
eventually going to happen.
It'll
okay.
happen.
I just wanted to make sure that I'm here for when the dictatorship starts.
That's right, because I want to be able to be part.
I was wondering when he was going to round people up and send them off to camps.
It's coming. I've seen it on social media a bunch. The people talking about how they're going to be rounded up. And this one dad was crazy. Transgendered man. Identifies as a woman.
Oh, okay.
He said he will leave his children wherever. He will abandon them before he's rounded up. That was his whole diatribe on social media. I watched the whole thing with my jaw on the table in disbelief at the insanity that this man was spewing and the insanity that he lives in every day, but that's a different story. But they thought that RFK was done because they had him under his thumb. Then the great Satan comes along, gets reelected in landslide fashion.
And then the great Satan comes along.
And then Satan himself and Donald Trump puts RFK, the one that they had under their thumb, in charge. So not only do they hate him because he's the great Satan, because you have to hate him, now they hate the man that they had under their thumb even more. He's maybe even worse than Donald Trump in this role. Maybe.
This is all very enjoyable.
It's the truth, though. Am I wrong?
No, you were singing a song that I'm like, okay, I can't wait for the next verse. Yeah. Like, we're 60 days in, and you're making these people this crazy. Like, what's next? I don't know. I guess when you've already started with, you haven't even won office, and they've tried to assassinate you twice. All right, how do we take things up a notch from here?
Look,
he's
evil. He's the great Satan, and yet the American people are so ignorant in their view. They're so stupid, so ignorant, and so misled. And so they've bought hook, line, and sinker that Donald Trump can save them and only government can save them. That's what they'll tell you. I have an article from our show prep last night. I don't have time to get to it, but I'll just give you the overview. The Atlantic Magazine. Yes, that Atlantic Magazine. They have this one question that they just cannot answer, and that is, can they make government work? And the answer is no. You know that. I know that. They've had control of government forever. For freaking ever. As long as I can remember, the Democrats have been in charge of everything. And their fundamental belief is that government can solve your problems. And you and I know it can't.
No, you are the only one who can solve your problems.
That's right. Dude, I mean, it's so obvious that you have to be self-reliant in every aspect of your life. And if you're not, then you'll have to lean on government, and they can't wait for you to do that.
Oh, they've got the shoulder out there. Like, go ahead, put it right
Please,
here,
right here.
Just put it right here,
and then I'll wrap my arms around you.
And I'll take care of you,
and I'll start cutting you checks, and everything's gonna be great.
But all I got to do is just put my hand in your pocket.
That's right.
And don't worry about it. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Yes, I'm just taking a small amount, very small,
just a little. You won't even notice it
at all.
It'll be totally fine.
And yes, I'm gonna give it to people that probably didn't work to earn it. Just probably. Once in a while.
I just love that you talk to me softly.
Well, you have to. When you're taking people's money, you better talk softly.
You're giving me like pimp speak. just talking to me like real quiet, like.
Yeah, it's going to be fine.
Just rubbing my back and saying, it's totally fine. It'll be good.
It's good.
Don't worry about it.
Massage your shoulders.
Yeah. No. You won't even notice that money.
No, I'm going to take your wallet out as I massage your shoulders.
I got this. It's totally fine. No, I love that we're at this point where after 60 some days, you have this insane backlash that comes across as it's more and more transparent. If it wasn't so clear what this administration's doing, which is if it's any sort of cabal, we're taking it apart. To watch then the cabal get upset and their only answer is, no, you don't understand. We're essential as government.
Don't you know, HHS? You're saying we can't take all these people and make it better? Look at all the people we have.
And then they do but the researchers. Here's how this actually works. Research typically is happening from private industry.
Yep.
And they're doing it because it's in the interest of profit.
That's right.
That's where it all goes.
And he even addressed that. Callie Means even said it when he was talking about the American Academy of Pediatrics being, by and large, funded by pharmaceutical companies.
companies.
So do you think if the pharmaceutical company is paying for everything, that they would have a vested interest in telling you what's best for them?
I believe this would be, we can call it research. I think this is more about how are they establishing their next line of money-making products.
That's exactly right.
That's the game. They've got all this money. I mean, one of the things that'll make you crazy is that when you see so many of these studies and why certain things are not studied, because there's no money in it. Yep. They only put studies forth in order to get the outcomes they want on stuff that has money attached to it.
These people believe that government can fundamentally make people's lives better. That's what communists and socialists believe. Oh, if only we're able to implement it. Where have I heard that before? We'd get it right. Communism and big government never work, ever, and they never will. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Tug and Los until 10, 404-741-1230 is the number. When we continue, CNN says, Soros does it, it's good. And if Elon does it, fill in the blank. What do you think they would say? Next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to Extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, April 3rd. The Braves are now 0-7 as they are the only winless team in Major League Baseball after the Dodgers walked off last night, beating the Braves 6-5. The final today is an off day for the team. The Braves will open up their home schedule beginning tomorrow night as the Braves will host the Miami Marlins. The Atlanta Hawks, they dropped the second game of a back-to-back. They lost in Dallas last night, 120-118. The Hawks are back in action Saturday night against the New York Knicks. And the United States will host the upcoming Women's World Cup. That game set for 2031. The UK has been awarded the event for 2035. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
What's the mystery behind Mystery Valley Golf Course? Is it the fact that it's been voted one of Atlanta's must-play courses? Or is it the fact that it's conveniently located from anywhere in Atlanta? Or maybe it's because Mystery Valley has recently renovated the course, adding all new tipped Bermuda putting greens, upgrading all 66 sand bunkers, and improving the clubhouse and amenities all around. No matter what it is, Mystery Valley Golf Club has been a staple of the Atlanta golf community for many years, and it reopened with the new renovations. Now is the perfect opportunity to make a tee time and enjoy a round of golf at Mystery Valley. located next to Stone Mountain in Lithonia. Take in all of the beautiful natural scenery while enjoying a fantastic round of golf. Go to MysteryValleyGolfCourse.com to book tee times. But one question will always remain. How did Mystery Valley get its name?
If you're the decision maker at your company, we have great news for you, for your HR department, and for your employees. A new and future-forward way to do health benefits is here from Thatch. Not only do your employees get better health benefits with Thatch, but you save an average of $1,620 per employee per year. That's right. You can save over $1,600 per employee per year. Plus, Thatch reduces the time your HR department spends administering benefits. Businesses all over the country love Thatch's breakthrough approach. Rather than a wasteful one-size-fits-all plan, Thatch empowers your employees by letting them customize their own benefits plans. And you save money and time while providing your employees with better health benefits, which works better for everyone. Book a demo with Thatch and we'll send you a $100 gift card. Visit thatch.ai/radio to book a demo for your gift card. That's THATCH.ai/radio. Thatch.ai/radio.
Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. Now that President Trump has unburdened us from what could have been, our country's finally headed in the right directions. But the Democrats are screaming and yelling and losing their minds. And unfortunately, the bad guys are still here and they want your stuff. Thank you, Joe Biden. And customers are still reporting break-ins and thefts of their hard-earned valuables. Don't wait till it's too late. Get a quality safe from the Safe House. We carry the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. And remember, gun safes are sales tax-free at Atlanta Safe House. So give us a call or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
Calling all contractors. Stovall & Company Wholesale Landscape Supply is here for you.
We've been family owned and operated for more than 75 years, and we just opened our 11th location in Canton, Georgia.
We are proud to provide all your wholesale irrigation, nursery, and landscape supply needs.
We are partnered with Keystone Hardscape to offer a wide variety of products to enhance any outdoor living space.
Here at Stovall, we have it all. Check us out at StovallInc.com or visit any of our convenient locations throughout North Georgia.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
The Morning Extra from 6 to 10. Glenn back until noon. Clay and Buck from noon to 3. And the Kimmer Show on your ride home from 3 to 6. Plus Jesse Kelly from 6 to 9. And Jimmy Vela from 9 to midnight. The voices you need all day with the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. Glad that you're here. 404-741-1230. Always open to hearing from you, taking your calls, and telling me where I'm wrong or where I'm right, where Los is wrong, where he's right. We're always excited to talk to anybody that wants to take part in the show.
Who are we calling about Kimmer being on vacation?
Stand by.
Is that Deborah?
Deborah, but I forget Deborah's
there you go.
last name.
What's up, Deborah?
Deborah, how you been? Let's see. I'm gonna get to it. Stand by.
I just want to know that the Morning Extra has Deborah's back.
Yes, we do. Deborah was concerned because she's not heard the Kimmer Show on this week because he's on vacation, and now I cannot find Deborah's last name. It doesn't matter. Deborah is a sweet listener and loves Kimmer, and I'm going to call her after the show just to ease her troubled mind because Kimmer is just on vacation, Deb. It's just fine.
I hope. No, you know what we got to do?
No, I don't want to do this.
You got to let Deborah.
You lit up too quickly.
Got to let Deborah know.
I don't want to do this.
Kimmer has a mysterious illness. We think it's scurvy, and he just needs your support.
So if you could just wire us,
like $100, we can get him his sliced oranges, his treatments.
But that's just the first round. I mean, probably have to go from there, right? We have to go back.
Of course. No, we're going to go whole African Prince game here.
Yes, that's right.
So if you just front us the money, Kimmer will pay you back once he's healthy from scurvy.
Double.
Yes, he's going to pay you double.
Yeah. And scurvy's a serious deal.
That's absolutely. I mean,
you could
go wild on it.
You can't just mess around with scurvy. So, Deborah, if you don't mind, You can find me on Venmo at Tuck Cowart.
You can find me on Venmo.
If you want to send it. I hear they're shutting Zelle down, so I don't use that one anymore.
Oh, they are?
Well, I heard the standalone app. I read the standalone app is going away. I don't know how that affects its overall operation. I just read that this morning.
Okay. So I consider myself to be pretty solid on technology.
Sure.
Like I can't wait to set up my new home network next week.
Yeah, it's fun.
They're going to come in, and I'm going to be putting everything together. And I'm going to be like, okay, here's where here's where my Wi-Fi dead spots are going to be, but I'm going to fix them because I'm going to do an extender over here. Like I love doing this sort of thing,
mapping it all out.
All right. With that being said, I don't have any of those apps. I don't have PayPal.
Oh, really?
I don't have Venmo. I don't have Zelle. I let my wife handle all of it.
But she has. Somebody in the family has them.
She has all of them.
Okay.
So like a friend of mine he was like, hey, I'll Venmo or I'll Zelle you. Yeah. And I have to go, oh, okay, cool. Here's my wife's number. And everything has now become that. We actually got my daughter, my oldest daughter, when she was taking a trip over to Iowa for volleyball. She was actually traveling on her own the first few days, no parents, and then we got to come a few days later. And we ended up getting her a Venmo Visa card.
Yeah.
So that we could load up a few bucks onto there and we can pay into her account straight from our own Venmo account. And we found like that was a pretty convenient way for her to be able to travel and have just enough money to, get herself her little coffees or whatever she wants. Yeah, it's like it worked out really well. And so that form of technology, I leave it strictly to my wife. I don't have any of it.
I set up my son Jacob an account several years ago for stuff just like that. And now he's turned it into, that's how he gets paid, like when he's coaching or if he does any instruction. And once in a while, not often, someone will like, hey, can I give you a few bucks to just work with my kid, And he's been able to do that, and he's really good with younger folks and teaching and instructing and that sort of thing. But definitely during the summer before last, he was coaching all the time, and that's how they would pay him for his time. When he coached at East Cobb or wherever, they would just pop him whatever the payment was, and he's built up a war chest.
I think it was pretty interesting. So our girls over at North Forsyth with their volleyball team, whenever they help out, what ends up happening is the program, because they're not allowed to pay them.
Sure.
So that's just this part of it. It's what they're doing. But what happens is, as parents, we can raise money to do gift cards. Mm-hmm. And so it's a way of still getting the girls, hey, you gave up 4 or 5 hours. Let's make sure we get you Starbucks, stuff like that. I think that's a cool way of doing that never was available when I was a kid.
No,
if I'd gotten an Amazon gift card for helping out at like a baseball clinic, man, that would have been awesome.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Jacob's got a war chest because of doing stuff just like that.
Yeah.
Dude, it does make it simple and makes it really, really easy. I want to share this stat that I just ran across with you, and you can, and I'm sure this will vary depending on where you look, but where I saw it was on Twitter, now called X. Do you know the difference in numbers that Joe Biden allowed into the country and what President Trump has let into the country since his inauguration? The number I just saw was for Joe Biden, 20 million.
20 million.
For Donald Trump since the inauguration, 9. 9 people have come across that border since Donald Trump was inaugurated. 9. Think about that.
That's pretty.
That's drastic.
Big.
That's drastic.
9.
That's quite the drop. I mean, can you imagine if you were, I don't know.
But this highlights the danger.
Oh, sure.
Of what goes on the next time the Democrats, if they're able to find themselves in power, the next time they're going to do the same thing.
Oh,
now that they've established it, we're going to open up the border. Here's another 20 million. The country is over. Like, we're already teetering on that brink if you can't get rid of these people. You're going to let in another 20 million? Suddenly, you're talking about adding 10% more people to the country that are not here legally and flooding all of our systems. This is your Piven theory. This is how you end America. This is how you go communist.
Yeah, Clower and Piven? Oh, shoot. Anyway.
I'm sorry I threw something out there that we're like I didn't remember either.
No, I know. No. I get it. But somebody's screaming at us right now. Clower and Piven, oh, it doesn't matter. You know what we're talking about. The method of overworking and just flooding the
Cloward and Piven.
There we go.
Man, you are good.
Accidentally.
I'm telling you, you were on it today.
Accidentally.
Like normally you're pretty A+. You're like A++ today.
I don't know about that now. Funny.
Yeah, normally you're like a 92 average. You're like 97 today.
Buddy, I'm just happy with a 69.
I mean, outside of Suburban Sprawl, that was the one where, okay, we lost 3 points there.
Yeah, that's right.
Suburban Sprawl?
Yeah, it was everywhere.
You're just making up words for sprawl.
Not even real words. No,
Is it Suburban Mall?
There are those. Most of them are shut down now, but they used to be. Yeah, Suburban Sprawl got me really, really bad. But
I've got some breaking news. Update on the Kimmer on vacation.
Oh, yes, finally.
He's playing golf with his grandson. Down
in Florida. Do we know where at in Florida?
I wouldn't want to give out that specific location. I wouldn't want him coming after me.
I mean the golf course. I mean, is he in Daytona? Is he in Orlando?
Nah, just Florida.
Gulf
big
side?
place. I don't know.
All right, golf
Atlantic side?
Atlantic side. You can't even narrow it to which side of the...
Well, still, good for Kimmer.
Yeah,
I'm
awesome.
glad he's getting a chance to do that. Good vacation.
So he's not listening to us, which is good because he always does.
And speaking of golf, go buy a green card.
There you go.
Go buy a green card. 680 The Fan. Yes, 680thefan.com. Green card. $249, and we're talking about it's almost $450 in the value. 6 different golf courses. You get a cart, you get everything else. We do this every single year. This is now down as normally when we start launching these, you'll get like 400 or 500 cards. We're now well under 100. So it's like, get on it now. If you got, especially Father's Day coming up, if you want to give the gift of golf, this is the best way to do it. It's almost $450 worth of golf that you're going to get for $249.
Give me somebody that wouldn't like that. Point to something. I mean, if you don't play golf, okay, that's the given. But I'm saying somebody that enjoys golf that wouldn't enjoy doing this. 680thefan.com, and you'll just see it right there. As soon as you pull up the website, it'll be right there. You just click on it. And but Father's Day's coming up. You got father-in-law that you love, like I do. Make sure you hook them up, man. Take care of them.
I've played most of these courses. These are prime courses. This is fun. Again, like I said, I think Sequoia National is probably my favorite out of them just because of the challenge of it. But like Stone Mountain, that's fun. Cherokee Run, another fun course. Like they're all good courses. You'll totally dig it.
20 million is how many Joe Biden let in. 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's how many Donald Trump has let in. We didn't need new laws. We needed a new president. We finally got it. That'll do it for us. For Los and Bordop Jure. Kimmer, we love you. Y'all come back now, you hear?
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
First of all, the issue of people burning Teslas. Again, these are all Democrats who thought Elon Musk would save the world by saving from gas and oil and going all electric. So now they're burning electric cars. Well, they're not stopping either. Of course, the Democrats' main first reaction is violence, as we know.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.